Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became All for One's final vessel? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Mizudafu, Japan, 2158, final battle between provisional hero, Deku, and number 1 villain of Japan, Shigaraki Tamura Shimura Tenko. Midoriya Izuku, provisional hero student named Deku, is in battle with the current problem of his generation. Shigaraki Tamura, otherwise known as Shimura Tenko, descendant of Shimura Nana, 7th wielder of One for All, is wanting nothing more than to destroy everything to satiate his hunger for destruction. All for One was recently defeated by Bakugo Katsuki and was rewound out of existence from his original body, and all that was left was Shigaraki Tamura to fall. The two would land consecutive blows that would cause massive explosions and shockwaves of force being blasted out from their position above the ground, really high in the air. Midoriya through each and every attack would send one of the previous wielder's quirks all the way into Shigaraki Tamura. All in a bid to reach the child deep within Tamura's mind, just to reach out to the boy and give them the help they had all but asked for. Eventually, Midoriya Izuku managed to break through the walls and cities, protecting the small child within Tamura's mind from both All for One and Midoriya. He walked through the memories of Shigaraki Tamura when he was a 6-year-old. Over time, Izuku's very own body in the vestige world was becoming similar in appearance to Tenko's childlike form. Pushing through the home of Shigaraki Tamura, Izuku found the man who was supposed to be Nana's very own son beating down on the boy with all the hatred in his eyes. All for the simple fact that Tenko had wanted nothing more than to learn about who his grandmother really was as both a person and a heroine. In a bid to save the child, Izuku rushed to save them without even thinking about it. But a barrier was stopping him from breaking through. Nana, being the last remaining vestige of One for All that was being pushed into Shigaraki, could do nothing for a while but watch as what her son had turned into. A man willing to beat his own child for only wishing to become a hero like his grandmother, a woman he'd never be able to meet ever again for the rest of his life. The woman soon got over her guilt and sorrow for failing to be with her son and managed to save her grandson from the beating of a lifetime that the boy's father was giving him. In the same moment that Nana stopped her son's attack, Izuku had knocked Tenko to the ground. The small boy's vestige holding onto Tenko with everything he has in order to calm the boy down and prevent the very harsh memory of him killing his father with his quirk awakening. Due to Izuku's hands clasping with Tenko's, the boy's quirk activated immediately and Izuku's hands started to begin to crumble right in front of him. By the time their attempt to rescue Tenko from the recess of Shigaraki's mind, they were interrupted by All for One's massive vestige. The large man mainly aiming for Tenko in order to absorb his vestige within the mindscape. Izuku, using the last of the strength from his arms and body, shoved Tenko out of the way as his own vestige was consumed by All for One. The sudden act from Midoriya caused Shigaraki and All for One to essentially switch bodies, with All for One being placed in the armless body of Midoriya as Shigaraki was brought back out to the real world. Shigaraki would stare at his mentor, who was now inhabiting Midoriya's body, the arms still disintegrating from the usage of disintegration. What is going on? I could have sworn that I had consumed Tenko's vestige. All for One questioned, in Midoriya's tone of voice. Ha ha ha. Shigaraki laughed manically. What are you laughing about, Tamura? All for One screeched in Midoriya's voice. To think that Midoriya would sacrifice his own vestige in order to save mine own. You defeated Midoriya, and would you look at that? You don't even have One for All at your disposal. Shigaraki said, with a manic grin on his face. How is that possible? You were the only one to have my quirk? None of this makes sense. All for One growled, standing upright. It makes perfect sense to me. Midoriya helped me kill you on a silver platter. And there is nothing you can even do to even stop me, Sensei, Shigaraki said, standing before his predecessor. Even if you kill me, my vestige will find a way to take over your body. All for One growled. That's the thing, Sensei, you won't be coming back after this. Shigaraki said, planting a palm on the body of Midoriya Izuku. Disintegration did its work as it slowly began to turn his mentor to ash and dust. The body of Midoriya Izuku falling apart for all those who were watching on cameras from across the entire globe, and those who were close to Midoriya thought that he was killed. All Might, who had watched the entire event happen in front of himself, could only watch on in horror as Shigaraki Tamura had managed to kill the man he tried to in the past. Even if he was concerned about where his successor was located at the moment due to his vestige being consumed by All for One, he would watch as Shigaraki Tamura looked over his shoulder at him. Bakugo would stand in front of All Might defensively before Shigaraki stumbled a little bit. Cracks beginning to form all over his own body, as though he was using disintegration on himself. The young man couldn't understand what was even happening. That was before bright shining lights began to glow from the cracks of his body, causing Shigaraki to feel as though he were about to blow up from the inside out. He let out groans of pain and displeasure before glancing over at All Might and beginning to rush towards the man and Bakugo. Just as he was about to plant one for all and all the rest of the vestiges inside the quirk inside All Might again, his body completely blew up. Pieces of his body flew through the sky and landed on the ground all over the place, his own mutated body incapable of holding itself together with the combined powers of One for All and All for One. All Might could only watch on in horror as Tenko's body had the ultimate representation of what would happen to someone unable to wield One for All properly. Bakugo blinked at this event as Shigaraki's head landed on the ground in front of them. Most of the head itself having been blown up with even smaller cracks on the surface as the man's eyes stared wide-eyed at the two with confusion before the light in his eyes faded. Those who were still capable of rational thought stared at the cameras for a few more minutes than what they originally wanted to, not wanting to think that Midoriya was killed so easily. Case in point, being Aizawa Shota and Yamada Hisashi, as they rushed over towards the battlefield as soon as the battle was over. Running as fast as their legs, and singular leg could carry them, it wasn't long after that the two teachers arrived at the battlefield, or what remained of it. Stopping just shy of where Shigaraki turned Midoriya's body into a pile of ash and bone, they fell to their knees as they saw the remains of one of their best students to ever enter UA High School. Uraraka, who was on a helicopter heading to the nearest hospital, felt her heart drop. The young man, the only person who she viewed as nothing more than a very close friend, was now dead. The boy who she had fallen in love with was now no longer with her and her friends. The glue keeping her friends and class together as a whole was now dead, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. As the helicopter continued to fly towards wherever the nearest hospital was located, tears fell from her eyes as she could only wish that there was a way to see Izuku once more and confess her feelings once more. If only she could recognize that her feelings for the boy was increasing as the realization continued. Her heart eventually gave out and was unable to continue in a world without the very boy who had saved her, continued to show her a kindness not many people would ever show her. And even with the blood of Himiko Toga flowing through her veins, she couldn't help the subtle twitch of her eye as she felt all her reason for living just disappear. As the heart monitors suddenly paused before ending altogether, the doctors on the helicopter struggled to get her back in a healthy position for surgery. And it would all be for naught, as the bubbly gravity heroine couldn't live in a world without Midoriya Izuku, her soul joining his in the afterlife. For Bakugo Katsuki, the young man could only stare off in the distance with a very distant expression. Everything he'd ever done, just to become as strong and heroic as the boy who just had a knack for it, was all for naught. He couldn't show the progress to the boy who he had bullied relentlessly for the last 10 years of his life before UA, and even after apologizing for everything he'd ever done to him. Bakugo couldn't help but feel as though he was swindled out of one final fight with Izuku, just one more fight to show the nerd how much he'd changed after going to UA. Tears fell from Bakugo's eyes as he felt as though a large piece of his heart, his very blood, was taken from him without a say in the matter. Was this what Deku felt like whenever something of his was taken and destroyed right in front of him? Was this how Deku felt when he told the boy to kill himself a year and a half ago? Could he ever find peace knowing what Midoriya thought of him in his final moments? 0W0. Somewhere between life and death. A shining green star was seen floating across space and time, dimensions, and even across timeless space. Moving with it was a much smaller and condensed pink and white star as it fluttered around the large shining green star. Both were cracked on the surface, and lots of power were emanating from them as both stars floated across the cosmos in search of whatever their souls desired. They were soulmates, destined to always be with one another even if the white and pink star had a small bit of golden yellow mixed in with it, as their soulmate would always be tethered to a blonde girl with golden cat-like eyes. Both stars glimmered with a broken spirit heart as they couldn't live without the other. Although one of the stars was looking far worse for wear, that being the shining green star as it fluttered slowly towards the pink one as though it were trying to hug them. The pink and white, with golden yellow mixed in, star swirled around the green star as though it were trying its very best to keep the green one entirely excited and happy. Even if it wasn't really working, it did brighten the star a bit more as time passed by. Soon enough, the two were soon realized in their human forms. Midoriya Izuku looking at his hands with what could only be described as failure in his eyes as he could only feel metaphorical tears falling down the sides of his face. Uraraka floated over to Izuku wrapping her arms around his shoulders and pulling him into a deep hug, the boy letting out quiet sobs of pain as the thought occurred to him. He will never be able to apologize to his mom for leaving her behind. I don't want to die. Izuku muttered, sobbing through his words. I don't want to die either, but it happened. Ochako replied, hugging him tighter into her own embrace. You're not alone. Himiko's voice whispered to both of them. Chao. I thought you died? Ochako asked, looking to Himiko's vestige. I don't know, you're asking someone this when I haven't learnt anything since I ran away from school. Himiko said, with a shrug as she floated in the endless depths of space. The trio could only do nothing but stare at their surroundings, wanting nothing more than to find purpose again. Entering a large gap between dimensions and space itself, they soon found their souls in an area that was beginning to destroy them all entirely. Just as they were about to disappear fully, a roar could be heard in the distance, preventing their souls from being completely destroyed and taken to the depths of heaven or hell respectively. Izuku floated to be in front of Ochako and Himiko as the two girls hid behind him as they searched all over the strange gap of space and time for whatever roared. It wasn't until they paused and looked above themselves that they found something that was so large it was kaiju levels of height. A dragon that was around 100 meters in length, and from what Izuku could only guess, if the dragon was to stand upright, he'd be around the same height as length. As the boy stood in front of the two girls, the dragon itself stared down at Izuku with nothing more than neutrality. If Izuku could guess that it was neutral in nature, the creature would then open their mouth as though it were making the attempt to speak, and all three could hear a deep and very gravelly voice speak in their minds. Or what was left of it. I sense the confusion in your souls. What brings you to my dimension? A gravelly voice spoke in their spiritual minds. Who are you? Izuku asked, not sure whether his voice wasn't squeaking or stupid for speaking up. I am the Dragon of Dragons. I have no name but those who have seen me in the past call me Great Red. Now, what brings you all to my dimension? Great Red questioned, his tone loud but soft. My name is Midoriya Izuku. And I think I died. Izuku said, asking in confusion. Midoriya Izuku, who are the two females near you? Great Red questioned, his tone full of mirth. Our names are Uraraka Ochako and Himiko Toga. Toga said, with a close-eyed smile on her face. Uraraka Ochako and Himiko Toga, now that I know your names. Can you inform me how you all came here? Great Red questioned. We all died, and we just floated around in space until we met you. In fact, we have no idea where we are. Uraraka said, looking at the dragon. You all are within the dimensional gap. My mere presence is allowing you all to stay here. Otherwise, your presence as a vestigial ghost will be destroyed by the space filled with infinite amounts of gravity. Great Red informed. So, we stopped disappearing due to your presence alone? Is there a way to bring our souls back to life? Himiko asked, worried. I could make sure you all transform into something that resists the dimensional gap. But you would have to struggle to create a body in order to survive it. Great Red said as the trio looked to one another. What would we be transforming into? Izuku asked, curious. That is for what your soul desires to become. It is all up to how you desire to survive. Great Red said, as Izuku was selected to first move forwards. As Great Red slowly used telekinesis to push Izuku away from his position near himself, Izuku felt the power of the dimensional gap enclose upon him. As he felt a great pressure attempting to close down on his soul, he pushed his mind and ethereal form to keep himself from perishing. The pressure would increase dramatically over time, and before Izuku could realize it was happening, his soul was shining brighter than before. The energy releasing from his ethereal form causing a body to be created out of thin air to help him survive within the dimensional gap. For Uraraka and Toga, the two watched as Izuku's form began to change from his vestigial one. A bright green light encompassed his body before what seemed to be a giant egg was replacing his original form. As soon as the bright green light subsided, all that remained was a giant green and black egg as it floated aimlessly in the dimensional gap, the two girls staring at the egg with nothing more than confusion. What happened? Did you do something to Deku-kun? Uraraka called out, concerned and worried for Izuku. What happened was what his very soul decided to give him. His very soul gave him the protection needed in order to survive the dimensional gap. Great Red stated in a matter-of-fact kind of way. For the next few hours after Izuku had done what Great Red asked of him to do, Uraraka and Toga had done the same. What remained of their willpower as well as determination in order to achieve a similar result as Izuku. And to their own credit, they had managed to achieve the same results as Izuku, as Great Red now had 3 floating eggs within the dimensional gap. As he stared at each of the eggs, he knew for a fact that they would soon be hatching from their eggs and take the world by storm with their new appearances. The green egg. You are no mere hatchling of fate. You are the emerald bastion, the soul who rose not to conquer, but to shield. Let the stars remember your roar. Great Red stated, his tone final. The pink and white egg. You are the aegis of ascent, the soul who rises to shield, who falls to rescue, who lifts not with power, but with purpose. Let the stars remember your mercy. Great Red said, looking to the pink and white egg. Finally, Great Red stared down at the third and final egg. The one that seems to have an identity crisis due to their quirk from another dimension, who had not been accepted by society due to her want to find love, but couldn't find it in the two who believed in her. Taking a deep breath, he gave her a name fitting for her decision to save rather than kill in her final moments. For the matte gray egg. You are the blood-bound guardian, she who once devoured faces, now guards the soul behind them. You chose mercy over mimicry. Let the void remember your name. Great Red said, as a crimson color emanated from the eggs. As soon as the energy subsided from the eggs, Great Red opened a portal into the domain of those who lived on planet Earth. Only those who lived on this version of Earth were both humans and those of the supernatural world. It was up to those 3 whether or not they'd willingly join aside. As he moved the eggs through the portal, he thought about their relationship between one another, and thinking to the pink egg's inhabitants' final thoughts as she died, he decided to make their dragons fated to mate with one another. That way they could always be with one another, even if they should die together. Unlike with what happened in their original reality. 10 minutes after Great Red sent the eggs through a portal towards Earth. A portal appeared high in the air, and as it opened up, 3 eggs seemingly floated down from the heavens. As each of the eggs floated down from the sky, they all touched down in the grassy plains within the homeland of the Japanese island. The area surrounding the trio of eggs belonged to the island of Japan, far into the distant past, where the inhabitants still lived in dug-in huts or just developing wooden homes. As the trio of eggs found themselves deep within the forest on the mountain of Fuji, nothing would happen. At first, nothing big or grand even happened. Just the eggs sitting amongst the brush of the forest, sitting on empty Fuji. As days passed by in that forest, many things changed. People were digging deep into the forest in search for wood to make new homes near the sleeping mountain. A young goddess from the Shinto faction found herself walking amongst the forest, becoming one with nature, her smile brightening the further into the forest she reached. The sun rose high over Japan as the woman finally made it to the outskirts of where the eggs sat. Her long flowing silver-white hair reaching near her lower back, swayed side to side as she journeyed across the seemingly empty forest before coming across the eggs. Her eyes blinked at their appearance, her golden amber eyes staring in awe of 3 large eggs just sitting there in the middle of the forest without anyone or anything to protect them. Moving towards the eggs, she planted a palm on the outer shell of each egg before noticing the large quantity of magical power each of the eggs held within them. The longer she kept her palms on the eggs, the more she learnt about them, finding out that each of them had a soul that didn't belong to this world. In fact, she realized that these souls, they were human. A human soul within the egg body of what she could only describe as draconic in nature and with no parent nearby to take care of them. She would bite down on her lip as she thought of bringing them to the realm of the Shinto gods and goddesses. But ultimately deciding to not take them to the Shinto realm, she used magic to pull the eggs in the air and towards the highest point of Mt. Fuji. She would soon arrive at the top of the mountain with a small smile on her face. She would use her magic to make this part of Mt. Fuji incapable of being erupted into nothing more than rubble by having a large portion of the mountain encompass the spot she stood. As soon as it was prepared, she used more magic to transform the inside of the mountain cave into the outskirts of a Shinto faction temple. The further she walked into the chamber, she soon found the perfect spot to place the eggs. Creating a small pedestal in the middle of the room and using her magic to create more than enough blankets to keep the eggs warm, she set about creating the temple. Once the temple was created and looking as though it were new, because it was of course, she smiled at her creation. She softly grabbed each egg from the air and planted them on the pedestal in the room and wrapped it in a large blanket. She then did the same with the other 2 eggs and planted them on their own little pedestals within the room as well. By the time she was finished creating a small pedestal for each of the dragon eggs, she then left them there in order to gather the warmth needed to hatch from their eggs. By the time the young goddess was complete with her creation, she left the trio of eggs within the temple. As she walked down the pathway towards the inhabitants living at the bottom of Mt. Fuji, she used her magic to create a pathway towards it. If there was anything that this young goddess knew about dragons, as well as their kind, they needed large quantities of food and water to keep them satiated and satisfied. But the humans living at the bottom of Mt. Fuji, they were able to use magic to do just about anything. One of the greatest things that Tsukuyomi had allowed her to do, in all honesty. Teaching humanity to wield magic was something that the Shinto faction was wary of. But the results spoke for themselves as they taught others how to wield the magic not with grace like them, but with the thought of improving upon it. They also passed down knowledge they had over the magic they had mastered, and certain portions of it they had mastered and taught their children everything they knew. This knowledge had been passed on throughout generations when the Japanese began to live within Japan as a whole. The young goddess soon arrived at the inhabitants within the forest below Fuji. They were all conversing with one another, smiles on their faces as they milled about their daily activities and wants to appease the gods and goddesses within the Shinto faction. Thinking to herself, the young goddess knew for a fact that she could have these inhabitants learn about the dragon eggs and have them think the dragons were gods and goddesses too. She would just require permission from both Susanoo and Tsukuyomi in order to have the people of Japan and this village view these eggs as the reincarnations of gods long since past. I'm sure that they'll go with it, so long as I'm not trigger happy with the wording. The young goddess muttered before entering the village. Each of the villagers noticed the young goddess and bowed to her in a show of respect. When the young goddess did the same back towards them, they all stood up to listen to what she had to say to all of them. The young goddess would speak to them in a kind and respectful tone. I hope you all are having a great harvest this year. It is my mission to inform you all about the birth of 3 new gods from the Shinto faction. The young goddess called out, raising her arms in 2 directions to the people. Who are these new gods? A few of the villagers asked, curious. They are not similar to appearance like myself and the other Shinto gods. They will take the appearance of dragons, much like Shin Long. The goddess said to the people. Dragon gods? Aren't there only 2 of them? A child from the village asked, concerned. They are not like the dragon gods Great Red and Ophis. They will be known as the gods of Japan, although, in my personal opinion, I think they'd be better suited to being in the Shinto faction's god ranks. The young goddess said, as the children and parents visibly looked relieved. Once those words were done, the village brought up some cooked food as well as water for the newfound gods. Following the path that the young goddess mentioned to the village, the people found 3 eggs sitting on a couple altars, each one color-coded. There was a green and black egg to the far left, a pink and white egg in the middle, and a matte gray egg in the far right of the temple. The people, looking at the eggs with reverence, placed their offerings to the trio of eggs in order before stepping away and preparing to leave the temple itself. They only got a few feet away before the sound of something cracking was heard. Turning to look back at the eggs, the civilians of the village looked worried that they had angered the gods and began to pray to the eggs in hopes that they would be healed. But another crack resounded from the egg in front of them, on the far left of the room. Looking over at the egg in the corner of the room, the villagers found that the egg was actually hatching rather than being broken. They kept their distance, pulling their children near themselves as each human stared at the first of the 3 eggs to hatch. As soon as the green and black egg hatched from its encompassing home, they watched as an emerald green slitted eye looked at them through a small hole. Each of the villagers had cooed at the eye, the head of the village moving closer to the egg and pulling bits and pieces of the eggshell off. Since he was the closest to this little being, he found that this wasn't just any kind of dragon, this was a dragon with dorsal plates on their back. Small as these dorsal plates were, the village chief knew for a fact that this dragon would become a protector since it didn't have any wings. Pulling some more of the eggshell off the baby dragon, he soon found the color of the baby. It was what appeared to be a dark grayish-black scale on the back and head all the way down to the tip of their tail. But on the underside of their belly and arms, it was a nice beautiful dark green color for their scales. What caught the chief off guard was how this little dragon also had gills on their neck. As though they were meant to be waterborne in nature but gain the ability to breathe underwater as a side effect of being born on land rather than water. Look at you, our newest god of protection. His name shall be Godzilla. Gojira, for my Japanese fanbase if there is any, the village chief said, lifting the baby dragon into his arms, softly, and showing him off. Screw. The baby dragon roared lightly. The villagers would coo at the baby dragon as the village chief would place the baby down on the ground. It was already surprising that this baby dragon was nearly around his knee in height, but he didn't mind since that meant the dragon would soon be as tall as the trees or even beyond. Smiling down at the small animal, it slightly cleaned themselves from all the gunk and egg juice that covered their body before noticing the large quantity of cooked food. Blinking slightly at the food, it waddled over towards the food and grabbed at the cooked food and sniffed it slightly before biting down on it. Small amounts of blood fell from the meat as the baby dragon happily wagged his tail, consuming more from the food itself. He was also unaware of the silver white-haired goddess watching him from the back of the crowd with a small smile on her face. 0W0. Returning back to the Shinto realm, the young goddess found herself staring down her older brothers. Both in their youth, as each one stared down at her with what looked to be either guilt or slight anger in their expressions. The young goddess could only look down at the ground with what seemed to be sadness as both brothers brought her into a hug and made sure to bring her up into their home within the mountains in the Shinto realm. Each of the gods surrounding the goddess had wrapped her in warmth and used their magic to create a small fire. The light outside the realm and inside the realm itself was dimming, showing that night was on the horizon. The trio of gods found themselves in front of a small campfire, stoking it in order to keep it alight. The youngest of the trio had spoken up in a small act that would garner the other two's attention. Can we make the 3 dragon eggs new gods of the Shinto faction? The young goddess asked, curiosity in her tone. No. 3 of us is enough. Remember what happened when we last made someone a god of the Shinto faction? Her brother questioned, slightly angered. I personally think that adding 3 more gods would make us seem as though we're increasing our godly numbers. I'm sorry, little sister, but if they are to be new gods, it will be from the Dragon Clan. The slightly older god said, with a small smile on his face. I was hoping to have a few new friends in these 3. They all have human souls. Shouldn't they be protected as though they are gods like we were? The youngest questioned, sadness in their tone. The trio would remain silent for now, the 3 staring up at the night sky filled with stars. The smile on each of them was prevalent with how each one felt. One was a sad smile due to their inability to gain some brothers or sisters. The other was from reluctance, and the other from peace of the silence of the night. That was when the slightly older brother of the youngest spoke up in a slightly upbeat tone of voice. Maybe you could act as their protector until they can defend themselves. He questioned. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Teach them how to act as though they need to protect all life. It will be their job as what those humans are calling them after all. The oldest of the trio spoke. I will. Tsukuyami, Susith. The young goddess said, smiling at them. Just make sure that they don't decide that you're too risky to keep alive, Amaterasu. Tsukuyami said, patting her head. Amaterasu just smiled at her brother before hugging him, although Susanoo stared at the duo for a moment. A small smile on his face as he stoked the flames a bit more before he fully decided to turn in for the evening. After all, taking care of the Japanese people was a long day's work when he was required to assist in helping them in building the homes they lived within. The next day, Godzilla, the newly reborn Midoriya Izuku, walked through the forest. His large, but slim legs making sure he waddled down the pathway leading to the villagers he had seen the other day. In the time it took for him to hatch from his egg, he was concerned with how long it will take for Uraraka and Toga to hatch from their own. But at this point in time he was more worried about the people. He made it to the bottom of the path from the mountain as he found the civilians walking about as though they were preparing for a big day today, or that today was a celebration day. As he ventured through the village, multiple people watched and pointed at him with wide and awed faces. Some children walked over and patted him on the head, something that he leaned into the touch of. Each of the children cooed at that, before their parents took them away from him, making sure that they didn't get him angered through their constant cooing. Izuku didn't mind it though, not as though he could voice it since he'd need to learn how to transform back into his humanoid form as soon as possible to see what he was working with. Walking through the small village was something that Izuku had managed to get used to in the small time he was there. Eventually he found the river that the village had planted themselves on and decided to take a dive into it, causing some of the children to let out gasps of awe. The parents noticed this as well before Izuku began to hunt for fish and some other forms of crab or lobster in order to consume or give to the village. For a while he'd be underwater, the village hoping beyond anything that his gills were working just fine until Izuku came out of the water. Shaking his body as though he were a dog, he got as much water from his body before looking to one of the fishermen. They tilted their heads at him as Izuku slowly waddled over to them, gathering their nets and tying them together to create one large net. He wasn't even aware that a certain goddess was watching him from the crowd as he helped them evolve to suit their own needs. Once he was done, he pulled the large net into the water, being very careful in order to not get himself stuck in it. Diving back into the water once more, Izuku gathered as much fish as possible without causing them to go extinct. Once he came out of the water, he brought the large net over towards those on the surface. Each of the fishermen looking at him in awe at how he was even able to hold that much weight in terms of sea life and shook their heads, helping the little guy bring the catch of the day to land. Subtly, without anyone knowing, the goddess would replenish the river water with all the fish that Izuku had taken out of it and made sure that the fish could repopulate it swiftly each day with her magic. She would smile as he assisted the fishermen and the villagers around the place with nothing more than elation coming from her mind. It wouldn't be until the evening that Izuku would return back towards the mountain that Amaterasu would hear the name the people gave him. Gajira was something not a whole lot of the Shinto gods believed was surreal, but it seemingly fit with the animal's appearance. She followed the creature back towards the temple that he now lived within and found him staring at the large pedestals within the place. With awe, she'd watch as he hauled them off their pedestals and used the blankets to surround himself and the eggs as he lied down. Huffing a small bit of air from his nostrils, he finally took note of Amaterasu's appearance. If an animal could blush, Amaterasu would see it happen as it hid its face under their arms as much as they could, as though to hide their face. Amaterasu would then move towards the small Gajira and sit down next to them, a small smile appearing on her face as she stared down at the little dragon. "I hope you can understand me," Amaterasu said, looking at the little dragon. Izuku nodded his head, as Amaterasu smiled and spoke again. "What's your name, other than the one the villagers gave you?" Amaterasu asked, curiously. Izuku narrowed his eyes before using one of his small claws to push the boards holding the temple floor together out of the way, revealing the dirt underneath. Amaterasu would watch as Izuku began to draw in the dirt of his name, something that was using a language that Amaterasu hadn't realized existed yet. But the longer she looked at it, the more she managed to read it and learned that it was some form of Japanese writing. Looking up at the little dragon, she found him smiling at her with nothing more than a happy-go-lucky expression. She looked back down to the word on the dirt and smiled at how it actually translated into English for Green Hero. Midoriya Izuku, translation, Long-time Green Valley. Dragon of Protection, Gajira, an Emerald Bastion chapter text. 1 week later. Izuku cleared out a small portion of the forest near the temple. It had been a week since he had hatched from his egg and explored the area of Japan surrounding Mt. Fuji, and the place looked as though it were moving through the early 1500s. Izuku knew that at this point in time not much was really happening around Japan and people were just trying to live out their lives in peace. Taking a deep breath, he picked up some wood that the village needed in order to increase the amount of homes in the area just below Mt. Fuji. Even though it had been around a week since he had hatched from his egg, Izuku did take note of his increase in height and weight. When he was hatched from his egg, he had guessed from his height of being around a young child, knee height at the time, that he was around maybe 150 pounds or 64 kilos. His height had made a massive impact as he'd grown to be the size of a normal adolescent elephant and was nearing at least 453.6 kilos in weight. The young Gajira couldn't help but feel as though he were going to be a massive giant with a weight to match when he reached his full height and weight that he was actively attempting to guess it. Walking back towards the small village, he had arrived to find the place looking as though evolution was beginning to take place. The inhabitants had been able to create weapons and armor in order to defend themselves from outside forces who had wanted to harm them. And with Izuku protecting them with his bulk and high defense, nobody was able to even get close to the village in order to do their nefarious deeds. Placing the wood and other items for the inhabitants of the village, Izuku felt a shift in the air. A magic source was coming from the temple, and he was off running in order to make sure that whoever was at the temple was not a poacher. By the time he reached the temple, he crawled on all fours into the cave and entered the temple searching for the source of magical energy pulsating all over the temple itself. Blinking in confusion at the empty place, Izuku crawled over towards the pedestals that had once called their eggs their home before moving over to his little throne that the village made for him. It was as though they looked to him as some being who had been on a higher plane of existence than they were. Upon arriving at the nest he'd made for himself behind the throne, Izuku saw a crack on Ochako's egg from what he could view. He knew for a fact that the pink and white was from her first hero suit from when they were training at UA. Smiling at the happy memory, Izuku shook his head and laid himself around the small nest of 2 eggs and blankets that was created by the silver white-haired woman who had met him a week ago. As Izuku thought about that goddess in human form, the egg holding Ochako's soul began to subtly move. The same happened to Himiko's egg as it rubbed against his hind leg, catching his attention. Looking down at the eggs below himself, Izuku watched as Ochako's egg was the first to fully hatch. And a small western dragon that had pink scales on her underbelly with purple scales on her back and head moving down to her tail popped out of the egg. The little dragon looked up at him with confusion before realizing that she might be in danger and entered what could only be a fighting stance. Not fit for her diminutive frame. Izuku huffed at her, the gust of air knocking her small dragon form to the ground on her back. That was what Himiko had broken free of her egg to see as she popped her head out of the egg, with a small bit of the egg's roof sitting on top of her head comedically. Izuku looked down at Himiko, who had been staring up at him in confusion before Izuku used one of his claws to flick the eggshell from her head and landing behind Ochako. Writing in the dirt, he stated that he was Izuku and the other 2 were Ochako and Himiko who had been brought into this world with him. The girls finally let out small huffs of air before Ochako crawled over to him and sat against his arm. That was when she focused enough to speak to him in their native tongue, with Himiko coming in not too long after. Izuku? How are you so big? Ochako asked, confused and worried. I hatched a week ago, and I got this big because of the people in the village at the bottom of the mountain. Izuku informed as the girl blinked. Why am I the smallest of us 3? Himiko asked, pouting as much as she could as a dragon. The other two stared at Himiko, who was actually just slightly smaller than Ochako. The matte gray scales covering her body on the top and her back looking as though she were trying to blend in with the scales on Izuku's body. Ochako blinked at that before speaking to Himiko in a soft but worried tone, mainly because the girl had been an avid lover of drinking blood. "Himiko, are you still craving blood still?" Ochako asked worriedly. "Actually, I feel perfectly fine. Although, I do want to see the world outside of this place." "What even is it?" Himiko explained before asking. "We're in a temple. A goddess seems to like us." Izuku informed as both looked to him. "Goddess?" the two asked, confused as Izuku nodded. "Yeah, she had been keeping an eye on us before I hatched first. The humans down there had been feeding myself and you both ever since then, although I don't know how they were even able to feed you both," Izuku said as the girls blinked at that. "We do feel extremely powerful," Himiko said, sensing Ochako's increased power output. "That's because you both have high magical power in your bodies, probably to help you both match me in terms of power," Izuku said, looking at them with a smug expression. "Oh yeah? How much power are you holding back?" Himiko asked, as Izuku attempted to use his power. As he focused on his power, both girls would notice how his dorsal plates would light up with green electricity and energy. It would begin at his tail and slowly build up towards his lower back, then grow up his lower back and up his upper torso before finding purchase at the back of his neck and head. The girls blinked at that before Izuku opened his maw, revealing a toxic green glow coming from deep within his mouth before he aimed it towards the entrance of the temple. Releasing the coalesced energy from his maw, a small beam of energy blasted out and continued flying out into space before he ended his beam. As the girls stared at his energy still leaving the planet's surface, they slowly turned back to Izuku. The dragon was coughing slightly from not being able to use the power correctly as he then smirked at the two girls as they pouted at him. The dragon couldn't help but laugh when both began to beat down on his arm in both anger and jealousy for how their power was seemingly useless against him, even their strength. He chuckled at them before he focused his energy across his entire body as green electricity sparked around him and he suddenly decreased in height and weight. As soon as he was finished, he looked as though he were still around the same age as they were when they had died. His height remained at a low stature of 5 feet 5 inches in height as his new body had scales covering most of his body, even down there you perverts, and he stood before them with dorsal plates going down his back. Izuku blinked at them before looking down at his arms, legs and torso before finding a tail coming out his lower back above his rear. He heard the sounds of transformations behind him as he was checking himself out before turning around to find both Himiko and Ochako standing in their original forms. The only difference this time was that both of them had very little covering their bodies. It seems as though when they transformed into their humanoid forms, they had thought nothing more than to make themselves look similar to how Izuku had. Although, it didn't really help the fact that when they got a good look at him in their humanoid forms, that they blushed as though he were naked. They weren't alone in that matter though. Ochako and Himiko looked as though they were wearing a two-piece bikini, and Izuku was blushing up a storm when he stared at them. Neither side made a comment about how they looked. Himiko, however, was staring openly at Izuku, the muscles on his body making him look as though he were nothing more than a bodybuilder, even if he looked more like an Olympic swimmer. Ochako had been spotted by Himiko peeking through her fingers as she covered her eyes when staring at Izuku. Himiko then brought Ochako into a hug before walking around the temple. As Izuku was left all on his own, none of them noticed the large energy source sitting outside the cave. Amaterasu was watching them transform into a humanoid form and smiled to herself as her plan worked. Allowing Izuku to train himself by helping those within the village, he was strong enough to create a humanoid form for her to communicate with, and maybe become friends with. Although, that didn't mean he wasn't anything to look at, especially since she really appreciated how he appeared with those scales covering his body as though he were a warrior. "I hope you show the village your new form, Izuku. They will love you," Amaterasu mumbled to herself, giggling like a schoolgirl and running into the forest. Back inside the cave, Himiko rushed over to Izuku as he was setting up a couple cots. "Hey, do you know who the person looking at us from the entrance of the temple is?" Himiko asked, as Izuku blinked at Himiko. 0W0. Over the course of yet another week, Izuku found himself growing even more so than he originally predicted. As of now, he was as tall as a giraffe and weighed similarly to that of 3 elephants combined. It wasn't as though he hated that knowledge, but at the same time he felt really bad for how he was looking extremely large compared to the girls as they stayed relatively the same, only with Ochako increasing in height by about a couple meters in her dragon form. This was the same for Himiko's dragon form as well as Izuku's very own dragon form, that is. The young man found himself sitting within the temple that Amaterasu had created for them. It wasn't as though he hated the place, it was actually really cozy. It was just the fact that the people below them all in the village had begun to view them all as gods. Something Izuku wasn't really fond of. They called him the god of protection. Gajira, Himiko was the god of chaos, Night Fury, and Ochako was the calmest one of them all. The god of determination, Uravity. Their naming convention wasn't all that bad, but at the same time Izuku wasn't annoyed, more along the lines of frustrated with how they viewed Ochako, Himiko and himself as gods. In the time that he learned about himself and those around him in his world, nobody was a god. Not even the strongest hero in the world before he retired, All Might himself. Izuku had looked up to the hero as though he were a god, and the boy had long since learned not to do that anymore. But it still felt uncomfortable for him to be referred to as a god of protection, even if it wasn't towards the god of Christianity, it was uncomfortable. Leaving the temple early that morning, Izuku found himself looking over the valley that protected their followers. Ochako and Himiko had taken to being called goddesses of Japan with gusto, making sure that they preened at the love and affection given to them by the populace of the village. Izuku came across a small river that was large enough to support his size. Entering the river, he laid in the river water, consuming enough water to make him drown on pure principle alone. Swimming to the bottom of the river, Izuku watched as the sea life moved about their day with blissful ignorance of the humans living on the land above them all. Swimming further downstream, Izuku came across a sight that left him bewildered and confused. A person with black wings, similar to that of an angel from biblical studies he'd done in the past. Blinking at that from under the water, Izuku slowly had his head surface above the water to just show his head and eyes staring at the individual. They were very beautiful in appearance, but there was something odd about them cause his instincts told him to remain hidden from view. He was proven right when the individual had moved a strange spear made of light in a certain direction, killing a human who had been seemingly defending themselves. He stayed within the water, watching with a gaze filled with concern for the inhabitants within the village. As much as Izuku wanted to save this tribe of humans, he knew for a fact that they had attacked the village under his mountain in the past multiple times. He just allowed karma to get these people for attacking the civilians who he had stated, in his mind of course, that he would protect with his very being for raising him, Ochako and Himiko. But to see these people immediately destroyed within seconds from the hands of this strange, angelic being confused and concerned Izuku greatly. She was oddly close to his village, the village under his direct control and protection. He wouldn't allow her to get close to them, and remembering her scent, he made sure to disappear from the area without alerting the individual since they were busy fighting to their heart's content. Although, he wasn't aware that the person had noticed his presence from the beginning and tracked his magical energy signature down the river he'd swam in order to find her. A sadistic grin came upon their face as they prepared to follow after the magical presence, only to be nearly stabbed in the gut by one of the inhabitants. After I deal with this savage tribe first. The individual growled before attacking the village. By the time Izuku arrived back at the village, he found that the people were noticing his unease. Transforming into his humanoid form, the villagers had seen him, Ochako and Himiko transform into their humanoid forms in the past week. He walked into the village and informed them about the incoming threat and brought them all up towards the temple in a bid to keep them all safe. Ochako and Himiko stood next to him as they all stared off into the sky towards the village Izuku had come from, both girls looking at him in concern as he had sweat fall from the side of his face. "Is everything all right?" Tako asked, concerned. "Someone is coming here, I can smell it," Izuku said, as his face showed a grim expression. "I hope I can drink some of their blood," Himiko said, as both Izuku and Ochako looked at her exasperated. What? It's to protect the villagers, Himiko said, blushing a bit. Just make sure to not take too much, we need to figure out what in the world is going on. Izuku said, as Himiko nodded at him. Wow, is this a welcoming party? I was kind of expecting more from my level of radiance. A voice called out from above. Looking up, the trio had found their target. The one who had destroyed another village all on their own. All three stared at her defiantly as they took in her appearance. She wasn't bad to look at, considering that all she was wearing was a thong and a very tight bra that accentuated her BRSS. Her facial features, however, showed a demonic appearance with sharp teeth and violet eyes that were slitted as though she were the predator looking down at her prey. If you know what's good for you, you will leave this village, Izuku said, trying to diplomatically get her to leave. Why should I do that? You and what army? The two girls by your side? The woman questioned, floating in the air. This is your only warning before I do something I really don't wish to do, Izuku said as he glared at the individual. Her long black hair fluttered in the air as she stared down at Izuku and the two girls. Her expression bordering on annoyed at best before glaring at the trio with nothing more than anger on her expression and rushing the trio with high speed. Izuku, being exceptional at high-speed battle, noticed her closing in on all three of them immediately and shoved Himiko and Ochako out of the way towards the sides. As the woman landed right where Izuku had been, his arms had been pulled up to block the initial attack coming from the woman as she angrily pushed him through the ground. Izuku ducked under the next attack as they stopped just outside of the village's border. As he moved his body around to lean around the arm moving by his head, the woman blinking in confusion at his sudden burst of speed, Izuku rose his fist in slow motion towards her. The woman's eyes widening further as his fist suddenly found purchase in her stomach, blasting her back towards the river. Ochako and Himiko leapt into the action whilst the strange woman was blasted towards the river, Ochako coming from above with her arms outstretched and Himiko leaping in with swift speed. The two girls converged on the woman, Ochako landing a kick to the woman's face, knocking her to the ground. Himiko landed on the woman's back and yanked her body backwards and somehow managed to summon a knife out of nowhere and stabbed it into the woman's shoulder. The woman let out a shriek of pain before flipping herself around and kicking Himiko into the river, the blonde literally swimming back towards the riverbank. Ochako got in close range as the woman glanced at her and threw a punch that the woman leaned out of the way from, only to be grappled and slammed into the ground. Gunhead martial arts, Ochako called out, slamming the woman into the ground. Juice? The woman coughed out before using her wings to fling Ochako off her back. Ochako was flung off the woman's back as her wings caught her in the air. The brunette had stared down at the woman who just managed to summon a strange spear of a pink color and threw it at her. Knowing that the object had to be extremely dangerous, Ochako moved to dodge out of the way before Izuku appeared in the air, grabbing the item and throwing it back at the woman. Said woman, being shocked at this even happening, dodged out of the way as the spear slammed into the dirt next to where she had leapt towards. The woman gulped slightly at that before she heard the thud of feet slamming into the ground. Glaring at Izuku as he slowly walked towards her, she got up to her feet before noticing something odd about his appearance. Last time she checked, this young man didn't have dorsal plates or a tail coming out from his lower back. If anything, she had thought he was a normal human being. She pulled out another spear of pink color and rushed Izuku, who stood still in front of her as she swung her spear towards Izuku with great speed and precision. As the spear closed in on where his heart would be located, Izuku had managed to block the spear. The woman blinked in confusion at that, looking at the offending limb that blocked her nigh immovable spear from reaching his heart, and looked down into his eyes. Emerald eyes became slits as Izuku gripped onto the spear and breaking it entirely out of the woman's grasp. Her eyes increased in size as she watched Izuku slowly transform into a 11-meter-tall kaiju. The woman lost her ability to speak as Izuku fully transformed into his dragon form and stared down at her. Without any further waiting, he rose his foot to stomp on her form, only for her to swiftly disappear from sight on the ground as she quickly rose to be around head height with the dragon in front of her. Her eyes wide with fear and confusion before two more dragons appeared in front of her, cutting her escape off from all sides. She glanced at each and every single dragon surrounding her before a strange sound was being heard in the area. Looking around for whatever that sound was, and it sounded as though it were in front of her, she glanced over at Izuku, who had a maw filled with a strange toxic green energy. VRM 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 VRM. What the dash? The woman questioned as a beam of green energy blasted her current position. Insert radioactive breath attack from Monsterverse. 4 months after Fallen Angel incident, Izuku and the girls find themselves moving about the forest of Japan. Their time together being spent so well that they were able to make sure that they collected enough food and water for their journey. Ever since their village was found by the strange person who attacked them out of nowhere, they had decided that for the sake of the village that they needed to leave. It would place the inhabitants in even more danger should they remain in their original home. They would need to find a new place to live within, and it couldn't be on the deeper portions of Japan. Ochako can still remember how the battle turned out after Izuku blasted the woman with his breath attack. The woman had barely survived the attack and used the smoke and debris covering her entire form from view in order to escape via a strange magic circle from those animes she used to watch as a kid. The more she thought about it, however, she knew for a fact that the woman was not dead, considering the fact there weren't any feathers or a body. Himiko, however, was looking at Izuku concerned, as this was the first kill he'd actively made. The young man led them through the forest as though there wasn't anything on his mind at the moment, and if there was anything she knew about him, it wasn't that he'd distract himself from this act. It was the fact that he was putting his feelings about the matter off to the side to deal with later. It wasn't a healthy action since she had dealt with that herself in the past. But there was nothing she could actively state to him that would allow him to tell both her and Ochako about his thoughts on having to kill someone like that woman. They soon arrived at the outskirts of a large city within the farther parts of Japan. If what they could remember, this would have been around the Azuchi Momoyama PRD taking place around the late 1500s within Japan. The place definitely looked as though it were taking part in the latter half of the 1500s. And from the fact that they could sense the power of those from different factions within the world, it caused them a lot of concern. Izuku led the pack as he listened in to the most people talking about things happening across the globe. It seemed as though the people of this time knew more about the world than those who were even in Europe at the time. Taking a deep breath, the three of them did this. They listened in more on the talk as they searched for a place to call home for the evening. Did you hear? There was a major war going on with multiple factions within the supernatural. One of the civilians stated, carrying a few hay bales. Really? Which ones are fighting this time? Another civilian questioned. It's the Christian faction. It seems as though they are fighting over land and us again. Only this time it's broken out into some kind of massive war between the angels, fallen angels, and the devils. A third civilian spoke up as he drank some sake. The trio continued to listen in on the conversations around themselves, more and more people talking about the different kinds of battles taking place. And from what it looked like, the fallen angels were attempting to transform a good portion of Japan into a human realm base of operations for their forces. So in the long run, it was best if they didn't pay much attention to the fallen angels, as their only goal is to make sure that they collect enough information for future battles. For Izuku, Ochako, and Himiko, learning about the fact that there was other factions in the world aside from the Shinto was surprising. In their world, the one they all died in, Christianity was a religion. But there wasn't anything proving the fact that God had existed or anything else. It was just people evolving through experiences as well as science, no kinds of magic or power of God to change the fate of the universe and Earth. They all sighed to themselves, believing that if they were born into this world in order to stop this kind of war from happening, it'd be too late since it was already underway. Izuku, however, thought that if the war was still going on, then that meant that there was a chance for it to stop. They would need to come up with a way to stop the whole war from continuing and bringing innocent lives into the mess that was this supposed three-way war. They all would eventually retire just outside the city, sleeping in a barn when nobody would notice their presence entering it from the back of the building. The trio would fall asleep for the evening wrapped around one another in the loft above the cows and goats eating the hay below them. The next morning, the trio had left the barn and moved throughout Japan once more. Their gazes were locked onto the people surrounding them all, and that was when they felt a similar presence to the woman with the strange black wings 4 months ago. Looking around the place to search for the similar presence to the original one they fought months ago, Izuku finally managed to lay his eyes on a man wearing a black trench coat, black hair with a golden fringe on his bangs and a smug expression. He was talking to some women at a bar as he was slapped in the face for even getting close to them for his troubles. With a shrug of his shoulders, he turned to leave the bar only to find Izuku and the 2 girls with him standing in his path. His face became slightly confused at their appearance. It was very rare to find someone with colored hair like Izuku's. After all, green was a color that only came from those within the underworld and rarely across the world itself. His expression went from his happy smug expression and changed to something more akin to wariness and cold calculation. "So you are the one who nearly killed one of my own a few months ago," the man said, as he used magic to teleport all 4 of them away with a snap of his fingers. "Who are you?" Izuku asked, looking at the man with wariness and worry. "Why should I tell someone who nearly took out one of my more prized subordinates?" The man questioned, looking as though he were waiting to interrogate Izuku. "Because your subordinate was the one who caused chaos to the village we were protecting. They didn't back off when we warned them to leave, and I personally thought that she was dead," Izuku said, looking at the man in concern. "Ah, I see. You were under the impression that she was killing indiscriminately. I apologize for that then," the man stated, looking off into the distance. "Well, the first time I saw her she was killing another village that had targeted my own village. And she most certainly wasn't thinking about saving a few humans for later. If anything, she found them despicable from the small time I watched her," Izuku said, as the man paused in his viewing of the mountain range. "You say that she was killing the village without mercy?" he asked, his tone low but soft. "Yeah, I felt as though if I stayed there longer, she would have just attacked me as well. Without provocation, it's exactly what she did at the village afterwards," Izuku said as the man cursed silently. Her mission was to clear an area out of the forest to place a foothold in Japan. Not to kill the inhabitants, the man said, before sighing. "Can you please tell us what your reason for being in Japan is, sir? Because frankly I have a feeling that you're going to be trouble here," Ochako asked, stepping forward. "My mission for right now is to make a foothold in Japan as a base of operations. Just to watch the humans work and learn magic. I heard from a little birdie that there was a Shinto goddess in the area who had given them the ability to use magic. Nothing more," the man said as Izuku and the girls blinked at that. "You talking about Amaterasu?" Izuku questioned. "Ah, so that's her name? I heard that she was a very beautiful woman," the man said, a somewhat lecherous expression on his face. "I'm not sure if she's looking to mingle, sir," Himiko chimed in as the man pouted slightly before shrugging his shoulders. "Oh well, I guess you win some you lose some," the man stated, changing his attitude on a dime. "Can you at least tell us your name, sir?" Ochako asked as the man glanced at her. The look on his face wasn't that of a lecherous man, but of a man sizing up a potential enemy. His gaze looked over Himiko as well, though both girls noticed that his gaze centered a little on their chest and rears, all before the man glanced over at Izuku finally. The man noticed how the boy looked as though he were still training, due to what could only amount to a small amount of muscle definition on his body. He smirked before speaking to the girls and Izuku in a jovial tone. "My name is Azazel, leader of the Grigori as of present. Can I have the names of 3 unidentified dragons?" the man questioned, after introducing himself. Izuku watched the man's expression. He'd noticed how he stared at the girls' bodies for a moment before staring at their body language. It was the reason he didn't step in front of them, since he knew the man was sizing them up moments prior, and looking to the girls they nodded at him, as if to say that they would do whatever he decided to do, and Izuku let out a small huff of air before glancing over towards Azazel with nothing more than a cold indifference. "What's stopping you from attacking us immediately?" Izuku asked, as Azazel had the knowledge to look a little sheepish. "I may be the leader of a faction, but I do not attack without provocation. I am a leader of a faction after all," the man said, indignantly. "How will I know that you won't send any other forces to capture and experiment on us?" Izuku asked, his face hiding all the fear he held. Because if I wanted you captured or dead, you wouldn't be standing here right now. Azazel started before ending in a low but threatening tone. 0W0. Izuku and the girls now stood in the middle of a clearing of forest. Azazel had shown them a kindness and introduced himself to them. After a small negotiation, they all had given the man their own names as well. The man looked as though he were giddy when they informed him about their previous life. Since he told them something secret about himself and his faction, they thought the gesture should be returned. The man himself, however, was looking as though a great theory on the multiverse was completely opened. Like Pandora's box was opened, and he was the first one to see what was inside the mythical device. The man didn't waver in his calm and collected attitude though, but his voice was carrying a lot of excitement as he muttered about the possibilities of entering another universe. Of course, the man also muttered about how much technology that would require in order to make a bridge to another dimension entirely, but that was the fun in science. Izuku and the girls watched as the man devolved into mad scientist muttering. Izuku having to glance at the girls with an expression that had him worried and looking at them with an expression that asked, "Am I like this with quirks?" And that got them to nod glumly. Izuku would pout at that but shook his head from the shameless act of muttering about dimensional disparaging that came out of Azazel's mouth. From what the trio could see, it seemed as though they had managed to befriend one of the leaders of the three factions of the pantheon of Christianity. They could only hope that they weren't brought into this war between the three factions. Which brought up a question that Izuku had wanted to ask for a while now but couldn't be due to Azazel being in his own little world. "Mr. Azazel." "Sir?" Izuku asked, causing Azazel to look at him and the girls with a happy expression on his face. "What's up, kid?" the man questioned. "Why are you and the other factions fighting one another? We've been hearing rumors about angels, fallen angels and devils fighting across the entire world from the inhabitants of the city." Izuku asked as the man paused for a moment. "Power, greed and most importantly, recognition," Azazel said, looking to the sky. "Devils want power, most fallen angels are in it for greed, but I personally feel as though we just want recognition. The sin of greed is intrinsic with those of the underworld and devils. But some angels are able to hide their greed behind a holy purpose," Azazel said, as Izuku thought about how to answer that. "Why though? What made you all fight one another for that kind of thing?" Izuku asked, as the girls nodded alongside him. "I don't even know. All I know is that I wanted to get my father's attention on myself so I could show him that we don't need to fall due to our love of others. Sure, I took it a bit too far, but I never actually touched a woman who didn't want me to," Azazel said, as Izuku stared at him. "How can you not know why your faction is even fighting?" Izuku asked as the man sighed. "I entered this fight in a bid to figure out a way to stop it. The only reason the war is going on right now is due to heaven and hell not agreeing to terms of peace. Neither side want to show peace nor vulnerability, they pride themselves on how they can be pure-hearted. Doesn't matter if it's good or evil," Azazel said, shrugging his shoulders. The group remained silent for a while, Azazel staring up at the sky as he rose a palm to it. The others watched the symbolic appearance of a man wanting nothing more than to connect back to his father once more, all without the problems of falling from grace, as he put it. And the man was right about good or evil. There is no such thing as good or evil. Just the gray area in between, and the only thing Izuku knows or wishes to know is the full truth. Just as he and the girls were about to leave, Azazel called out to them. "Hey kids!" Azazel yelled, garnering their attention. "What is it, Azazel-san?" Izuku asked, looking over his shoulder. "If I ever need your assistance, could you be friendly and help if I ever do?" Azazel asked, looking to them. "Depends on the situation. If it's to act as mediators for the war, we won't. We'd rather stay neutral," Izuku said, as Ochako and Himiko stared at him in shock. "Don't worry, the only time I'd ever call you was if there was an emergency," Azazel said, as Izuku thought about it. "So long as Ochako and Himiko are okay with it, then I am as well. But I'd prefer that we were kept out of the war between all three factions," Izuku said, as Ochako and Himiko nodded along. "Then it's a deal," Should the time come, I will call out for you three in order to help out during a massive emergency. Azazel said with a smile. Izuku and Azazel reached their hands out and shook them, a bond not as enemies, not as allies, but as friends to be born. Izuku, Ochako and Himiko could only hope that they weren't going to be betrayed by this. 0W0. 300 years later, deep within the human realm, two giant forces clashed high in the world. Two legendary dragons who had reached the pinnacle of their power were fighting one another far away from another battle taking place. The stronger-looking dragon had crimson-red scales with a golden horn on his head, a tan-colored set of scales covering his chest and neck from below. The other dragon, one who was slimmer but didn't hide its power, stood across from it. It had white scales that had blue fur coming from its neck. The two roared at one another before clashing into one another. Earthquakes happened from each clash. Far in the battle away from the two dragons, a man wearing a battle armor glared at his opponent. His brother in everything, blood and all, his silver-blue eyes glaring into the man's golden iris with utter hatred. The two clashed in the air more, both fighters doing their absolute best to come out on top and be the ultimate winner of the fight. The man was revealed to be Azazel, who had been in a fight with his brother who had been cast out of heaven for a difference of opinions on humanity. The man's angelic wings, long since having been deformed and lost their feathery radiance, now had become bony protrusions that were devilish in nature. The two created light constructs or demonic constructs and clashed in the air. The power gap between the two was glaring, but neither wanted to step down for the other to win their fight against their opponent. Just as the two were about to deal a fatal blow against the other, the two dragons from earlier had entered combat in the large zone of warfare. The two brothers had to dodge out of the way, lest they be crushed by the weight of two dragons who were heavenly in power. They glared at the two dragons, although one of them was prepared to fight them. Azazel was staring at the carnage the two dragons were making, and he feared for the planet they all stood upon. If it was destroyed in this fight, then there would be nothing for everyone. It'd be the ultimate loss for all kinds of supernatural life, and Azazel decided to pull out a magic circle that he'd never thought he'd need to use. But desperate times call for desperate measures. The magic circle moved over to his ear, and a voice came out. Young, but Azazel could tell the signs of age. Azazel? What brings you to call me at this hour? A familiar but low voice questioned quite groggily. I'm not sure if you remember our deal, but I'd like to call in that favor, Azazel said, as the voice became stern and ready. Where do I have to come? The voice questioned, tone gravelly and deep. Think you can drop by the Bahamas? Azazel questioned. I'm over near South America with Ochako and Himiko. I'll be there in a few minutes, the voice said before ending the call. Azazel looked back at the fight between the two dragons and could only hope for the fight to end swiftly. Looking to his left, he found his brothers staring at him in confusion and concern as he spoke up. Who was that? I didn't know you had a secret maneuver, brother, the man questioned. That, Lucifer, was the one person that I wish I couldn't disturb at this moment, Azazel said as the sky darkened. What do you mean by that, Azazel? Lucifer questioned, looking at the darkening sky. He really hates being woken up at a different time zone, Azazel said, as they looked at the ocean off in the distance. Lucifer wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but he could almost swear that he could see 5-meter-tall sharp objects sticking out of the water, and a strange glowing display moving through the ocean towards the two fighting dragons. All before he looked back to Azazel with a confused expression that bordered on fear. Don't tell me that you're having that thing fight the two heavenly dragons? Lucifer questioned, fearfully. He won't fight them, no, he's too weak for that. In terms of rankings, he's just as powerful, if not more so, than God himself, Azazel said, as the strange sharp 5-meter-tall objects soon surfaced ever higher into the air. A large dragon stood from the water's surface, his expression looking more tired than anything else. His body type was massive but filled with condensed muscle and scales covering his body in a black and green sheen. His emerald eyes glared at the two dragons who had stopped their fight in order to size him up, all before they roared at him in anger for distracting their fight. The newcomer's intimidation display had increased in its intensity before he took a massive breath that could be heard all across the battlefield of the Great War. all before letting out a bellowing roar. Screw AIR. Think Godzilla 2014's roar towards the female Muto. Previously on A Boy's Second Chance. Don't tell me that you're having that thing fight the two heavenly dragons? Lucifer questioned, fearfully. He won't fight them, no, he's too weak for that. In terms of rankings, he's just as powerful if not more so than God himself. Azazel said, as the strange sharp 5-meter-tall objects soon surfaced ever higher into the air. A large dragon stood from the water's surface, his expression looking more tired than anything else. His body type was massive but filled with condensed muscle and scales covering his body in a black and green sheen. His emerald eyes glared at the two dragons who had stopped their fight in order to size him up, all before they roared at him in anger for distracting their fight. The newcomer's intimidation display had increased in its intensity before he took a massive breath that could be heard all across the battlefield of the Great War. All before letting out a bellowing roar. Screw AIR. Think Godzilla 2014's roar towards the female Muto. Present time. Izuku glared over at the two heavenly dragons as they glared at him. They would let out their own challenging roars that caused his entire body to flinch, but just barely, before he slowly trudged through the ocean towards the two dragons. The two dragons themselves would fly towards him, with what the devils, angels and fallen angels could perceive as supersonic to hypersonic speeds. The trio would slam into one another in the middle of the ocean, creating a massive shockwave of air and water being blasted around them before Izuku would bite down on Albion's neck, pushing his form into the ocean. As he kicked the dragon who was already in the ocean deeper, he turned his attention to the Crimson Dragon. The dragon himself launched towards Izuku with a surprising amount of agility and slammed one of his clawed fists into Izuku's face. Izuku's head was turned swiftly to the side from the sheer strength of the blow, but the hide he'd managed to increase the density of over the last couple hundred years made sure he could tank the hit. As he turned his head back towards his opponent, he grabbed onto the dragon's leg as it attempted to lift into the air and pulled them down to his height. Over the last couple centuries, Izuku had vastly increased his size and weight. His current size at the moment was 20 meters in height and around 20,000 tons in weight, but at the moment he was nearing the level of strength naturally that the two dragons fighting took thousands of centuries to attain. It was mainly due to the body that Great Red helped him attain, probably with a small gift to tank heavy attacks from other dragons such as the heavenly dragons themselves, but Izuku didn't care. So long as he was protecting the planet from a planetary level of power that could destroy it, he would be there to meet it. The Crimson Dragon flew at him before the water splashed in front of them, revealing Albion roaring at Izuku angrily. Izuku glared at both dragons as they were now at a floating flying standoff. All three dragons doing their best to intimidate the other into fleeing the area, and Izuku knew that fleeing the area would mean untold amounts of destruction and death. He let out a huff of air and increased the level of intimidation that his display coming from his dorsal plates on his back produced. Both dragons became enraged at this and flew at him with synchronization that he wasn't prepared for. Both dragons bit down in his shoulders, pushing him into the ocean, believing that he wouldn't last long in the water. They were proven wrong when all Izuku showed was signs of loving the bath they were giving him as he grabbed both their necks and twisted around until he pointed them towards the ocean floor. His speed somehow increased when within the ocean as they pushed deeper into the ocean until they reached the bottom of the deepest depths of where they were. Slamming both dragons into the ocean floor, a large amount of oxygen left their mouths as they let out small gasps of pain. Izuku would swim around them like a shark, measuring up his next set of prey. His glowing green iris being the only thing they would see, other than the occasional sight of his dorsal plates revealing his current location due to their intimidation display. He would spin his body around to where he'd swim fast towards them, his tail propelling him towards the two heavenly dragons with such a speed that they weren't prepared for it. His arms slammed into their chests, causing a bit of blood to leave their mouths from the dense attack slamming into their torsos. Screw AR! Izuku roared at the two. Cease this needless fight or else you'll blow up the planet. Or. The Crimson Dragon roared back. The White Dragon watched as his ally swam sluggishly towards the slightly smaller dragon. the one who had shown a clear advantage within the watery depths of the ocean that he and his rival in everything fought themselves into. Thinking back, he wondered what the reason they were fighting one another was for again. All before remembering that his rival had taken something of his own that he despised from the dragon. And turning his attention back towards the surface of the ocean, he began to swim back towards the surface, without either dragon noticing. Izuku swam through the water, tail whipping the crimson beast in the chest, knocking them back. As he glared at the crimson dragon with fury, he then glared up at the other dragon, making an attempt to escape from the water and get back into the air. Leaving the crimson dragon alone in the depths, Izuku swam after the white dragon and managed to reach them as soon as their head broke free from the ocean and took a massive gulp of air before Izuku appeared from their left. Biting down on the dragon's wing, Izuku brought the creature back into the watery depths of the ocean before fighting them in his turf. The damage Izuku would accrue in the ocean would be far less than when he was above the water's surface. He was able to dodge and land blows that would have managed to nearly take him out if this fight was occurring above water. Just as he was about to grab the white dragon and drag them into a nearby large rock formation in the water, he was grabbed from below and pushed all the way towards the surface. This allowed the white dragon to fly up and grab onto Izuku as well before they both flew higher into the air with Izuku in tow. Izuku could feel the air thinning the higher into the air they had gone and decided to reveal his breath attack. As much as he'd much rather keep that part of himself hidden, he didn't know if he'd survive the fall back into the ocean if he was dropped from the upper atmosphere. So he gathered all the energy he had collected on the way towards the Great War's final battle, or at least that was where he hoped the final battle would take place. Both dragons who were holding on to him heard the sound of something charging up. Blinking at one another in confusion, they looked down to Izuku to find him glaring at both of them with all the fury of a protective parent. That was when they noticed something glowing in the background. A tail whipped around as a green glow was emanating from the tip and slowly moved towards the back of Izuku's head. A head that soon opened its mouth, revealing a toxic green glow becoming brighter the longer the mouth was left open, and then released all that power at them both. Both dragons let go of Izuku as his beam blasted past the two, with them dodging out of the way just in time. They would watch as the beam continued further out into space before Izuku ended the blast and fell back towards the ocean. Turning their gazes back to the one who interrupted their fight in the first place, they flew down and dove after the one who was causing them all these unwarranted annoyances. By the time they reached Izuku's location, the dragon had whipped his tail around and smacked both of them into a nearby shallow area within the ocean. A large mushroom cloud remained of the two dragons having slammed into the ground, enough to cause earthquakes across the planet. Izuku slammed into the ocean not too far away from the shallows before he slowly came out of the ocean, soon to be flanked on all sides by the three factions. Rising up until he was around eye level with most of the flying gnats around himself, Izuku used his eyes to glance at each and every single one of them. His eyes finally finding purchase on Azazel as the man floated towards Izuku and placing himself in front of God and the other devils, angels and fallen angels who saw him as a threat. Don't be alarmed by his presence. I called him here. Azazel called out. What reason do you have for calling a literal dragon here Azazel? I want answers now. A large man with a beard reaching his chest questioned angrily. Father, this is a young dragon. I brought him here because of the heavenly dragons fighting one another. They would have destroyed the world at the rate their fight was going. Azazel said as the man glared at Izuku. The man, who Izuku recognized as the Christian faith's god, stared at Izuku with an unreadable expression. His face showed anger, but the look in his eyes showed that he was analyzing the new factor to the battlefield. Then his expression fell to a soft one as he slowly floated over to Izuku, who quickly glanced over at the mushroom cloud for a moment before glancing back at God. The man held a hand out towards Izuku as though asking permission to touch his body. When Izuku gave a nod, the man touched his scales softly as his eyes glowed a bright blue color. I see. You came here to protect the planet. Great Red made you the planet's protector, or was that your own decision? God questioned, curiously. I am the protector of the planet, not by choice but through destiny. Great Red assigned me to protect Earth, and I will be dead if I don't do so. Izuku telepathically stated to God's mind. Far be it from myself to stop you on your mission, make sure that you do not kill any of our own. And I mean the devil, angel, and fallen angel folk. God said, before glancing at his soon-to-be enemies. As soon as God focused back on the amount of enemies surrounding himself, he began to defend himself with great efficiency. Izuku focused his gaze back on the two heavenly dragons as they reappeared with light battle damage as compared to himself. Huffing out a few breaths of air, Izuku slowly trudges towards the two heavenly dragons who pulled their own heads back, forcing Izuku to duck under the two beams of flaming fire and poison. Moving around to reposition himself, Izuku glared at the two heavenly dragons who were pointing their maws back at him again. A trio of beams blasted towards one another as the three dragons blasted one another with their flaming breath. One was a fire that couldn't be put out so long as they didn't will it to be so, another was a poisonous flame that if hit would cause untold amounts of poisonous damage. And finally, was a flaming breath that had no actual meaning other than it being made of Izuku's very own aura and not being that powerful in nature as of yet. What nobody was prepared for, however, those within the three factions and the three dragons, was the simple fact that where they were located was going to be a massive test of a new weapon humanity has been creating. They had wanted to test the weapon due to the large amount of supernatural creatures appearing in the ocean nearby and wanted to clear it out. But when hearing about dragons fighting one another, they decided to test their new weapon on them first to make sure that none of them would be able to survive the blast range itself. The three dragons clashed in the shallow water as they landed heavy blows to one another. Off to the side on the island they were about to make landfall for was a small stand holding a large device that held a picture of Izuku with a crossed-out circle covering him. Izuku was about to land another blow to the two dragons when he noticed something going on in the corner of his view, and glancing over at it he found a strange bomb. Blinking in confusion, he turned his attention towards the fight again before noticing how they were taking their eyes off him and aiming for God himself. Their fire and poison breath was beginning to slow down as time came down to a crawl. Izuku glanced between the bomb and the breath attacks from the heavenly dragons, knowing that their attacks would deal massive damage to God himself. He made a split-second decision as he rushed through the water and leapt out just in front of God as he prepared to make a magical defense. The leader of heaven would watch as Izuku blocked two breath attacks, two of the most powerful breath attacks known to the world with his body, just as an explosion happened in the background. God would watch as some of those in heaven would be hurt from the strange bomb in the background. As their bodies began to deform and look as though they were about to die, the strange substance that entered their bodies would be sucked out of them. His gaze then turned over to the flaming monster that had taken a hit surely meant for himself, and saw as the damage that was being dealt to him was suddenly being counteracted by the strange energy being absorbed. Izuku's body increased in height by a few meters from the blast, and his weight surely doubled slightly. His body would turn towards both of the heavenly dragons with a newfound power and blasted the accumulated energy towards them. Due to their breath attacks doing very little damage to God and those around him, they had expended more energy than they had wanted. So when the beam of pure atomic fire blasted towards them, they could only watch in horror as their flaming breaths were pushed back. They would be able to duck under the attack, but the damage from the beam itself would make itself known moments later as they let out cries of pain as they looked at their scales. Scales that they had known to be nigh impenetrable by any kind of attack sluggishly fell off their bodies. Their expressions turned from one of shock to recognition, all before settling on fury. Taking flight, the two would launch towards Izuku as he prepared for their next attack towards him. Only for God to stand in the way and with his great magic over life and death, took their souls from their bodies and placed them in sacred gears made from a piece of their bodies. A clawed gauntlet for the crimson dragon, and a metallic set of wings for the white and blue dragon. God then named the two sacred gears that he just made in the moment. You both are such feisty dragons, so I shall name you both aptly. Draig Wygotch, you shall be known as the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. And you, Albion, shall be known as the White Dragon Emperor's Wings. Combined, you both are the Dragon Emperor of Dominance and Supremacy. God stated before causing their sacred gears to disappear. Izuku would watch God for a few more moments before watching the man slightly lean over. His expression was filled with tiredness that didn't fit a man who controlled all of heaven itself, not to mention who controlled everything on earth as of this moment. Leaning his head down to where God was floating in the air, the man looked up at Izuku with reverence and confusion before a bright black and green light overtook the entire ocean and area. God covered his vision before looking down to find a young man who looked to be in his early 20s standing before him. If there was anything that God could think, it was that the boy definitely rocked the green and red tuxedo. So that is who you look like under all those scales. God quipped as Izuku chuckled. As much as I would love to continue this conversation, I have a request for you. Izuku said, as the battle around them continued. State your request. I am a busy man after all. God questioned with a smile. I would like you to end this war with the other factions within your pantheon. It will only bring destruction and chaos to those all around yourself. Izuku said as he prepared to leave. I would very much like to do this, but it's my son who doesn't want to. God said, as Izuku blinked in confusion and turned around. Which one? Izuku asked as God pointed out Lucifer. Him, Lucifer. He was the very first archangel of heaven I created with my own power. He turned on me because of how much power I was giving humanity. Yes, I created humanity. But that doesn't mean that I control what they do. God said, before clarifying. Why did he hate the humans? Izuku asked, looking to God. Because he thought I was favoring them over himself and his brothers. I love both humanity and my children. I view them as equals. But my son doesn't view them in that way. He sees humans as a resource. And I see them as equals who can rise to the challenge. God stated, looking at the battles around himself. I hope you both come to an agreement soon. Izuku said, before dropping into the ocean below. As Izuku swam back towards the location he'd come from, God couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He glanced around the battlefield before a small sigh left his mouth before glaring at the one archangel who had turned on him and his plans for humanity. I hope he can come to that agreement myself, after all. I only have so much longer left in this world. God said, looking at his own chest. Pulsing black veins had covered his chest under the war cloak that sat on his torso. A grim expression took hold of him as he coughed up some blood. It seemed as though some of Albion's poisonous breath managed to reach him. A minuscule amount, but it would be enough to do him in. But not yet. 150 years later. It has been over a century since Izuku had entered the final battle between the three factions and the heavenly dragons. Over the course of the last 100 years, he had to fight dragon emperors who had come to test their strength. Each one had been left defeated, but still alive since Izuku valued all life on the planet. Even if it came at the cost of those living on the planet hating his very existence. But as the years transformed into decades as well as a half-century, he had been assisting the planet through various ways. One such way was through climbing onto the surface of the continents in order to instill plant growth across the world. It was such an unbelievable event across the world that people actually paid to see him just walk around and cause the planet to heal from the damage humanity has done to it. Izuku was currently sleeping deep within Japan as he was letting the radioactive power his body had absorbed 150 years ago during the Great War to replenish the planet's plant-animal life. The fact that Izuku was being watched by those around Japan was not something that he didn't realize. He knew it for sure. Just that he stayed docile. He knew for a fact that if he attacked humanity, then they would most assuredly begin to search for a way to stop him. And Izuku most definitely wanted nothing to do with the planet's destruction, as well as humanity viewing him as nothing more than a problem. With all the life he brought back to the planet, it instilled an innate fear of him from those who wanted to use their money to cause the planet even more damage. And over the course of the last 3 centuries, Izuku had come to learn the name that the humans had called him. Gojira was a name that the Japanese came up with for him, and it was Godzilla that those who were not Japanese came up with to name him. Although, as of this moment, he was resting within the borders of Mt. Fuji where his original temple laid. As Izuku opened one of his eyes, he found 2 very alluring women staring up at him with nothing more than love and affection in their eyes. In the last 350 years since they had left Mt. Fuji, all 3 dragons had gained power through training and feats of strength not normally seen with dragons of their appearance. It took a long time, But Ochako had become a Dragon King, the second female dragon to ever become a Dragon King in thousands of years since Tiamat had become one. As for Himiko, she was getting very close to the realm of power that a Dragon King withheld. Her power alone was more than enough to make those who were high-ranking devils very scared, but it wasn't her power that placed the fear of God in them. It wasn't her strength, it wasn't her size. No, it was her speed. As compared to other dragons, with a large quantity of power, you would think that some of them would have speed to coincide with that power. But Himiko was different. Her power was nearing the Dragon King level, yes, but her speed is what made her reach the top 20 most powerful beings alone. You all might be wondering, if Himiko is in the top 20 most powerful beings on the planet, where does Izuku stand? Well, the answer may surprise you, or not, since Izuku is actually not within the top 20, and he's not even in the top 10, or in terms of his power he's already deep within the realm of Dragon Kings, since he's been named the Dragon King of Protection by Tiamat and Tanin, who had recognized his power. Even without the ability of flight, Izuku had enough power to counter both of them just by standing on the ground with his sheer capability to defend against any and all attacks thrown at him. There was also the fact that he may have also nearly killed 2 or 3 of the previous Dragon Emperors from both Draig and Albion's line. Oh, and by the way, they were the most powerful versions of the red-white Dragon Emperors and Empresses that he'd come across by sheer chance. Both women, though, were staring up at him as his body created the correct level of radiation that wouldn't hurt life and replenish whatever land was lost. They placed their palms on his snout as he blinked down at them with nothing more than love in his eyes. As soon as he felt as though the planet received enough of the radiation it needed to replenish any forests that were taken down, he shined a bright green and black light. Once his form was revealed without the draconic appearance he was known by the world to have, he walked out of the bright glow, his silhouette showing off his physique before the light died down. Standing at around 5 feet 10 inches in height, Izuku looked as though he were about to leave high school. His facial features were sharp with a lot of stubble that was bordering on a goatee of hair growing on his chin and face. The girls cooed as he stood before them in his partial transformation, with his dorsal plates sticking out his back with his tail trailing not too far behind himself. He pulled the 2 women in for a hug as he absorbed as much heat from them as possible before pulling back and kissing Ochako on the lips, something she reciprocated herself. Himiko would pout at this but thought nothing more of it as Izuku patted her head softly. "Sorry, Himiko, I just don't see you in that way," Izuku said, as Himiko giggled. "Don't be sorry, Aizu. I'm fine just the way we are, as perfect friends," Himiko said, as Izuku nodded. "So what is on our schedule today?" Izuku asked as Ochako walked over to their to-do list on the wall of the temple. "Well, for the beginning of the day, we are to clean the temple. Then after we are done cleaning the temple, we pray to Amaterasu in order to let her know we remember her. All before you, Mr. Midoriya, have to go to school," Ochako said with a smile on her face. "What time do I need to be at the school in question?" Izuku asked, placing his clothes for work on. "You need to be there within the next couple hours, what with you waking up earlier than usual," Ochako explained, as Izuku nodded. "Let's get the show on the road then," Izuku said, kissing Himiko on the forehead and Ochako on the lips again. Following through with their schedule, the trio continued about their day as per normal. Their time praying to Amaterasu was quiet, if a little noisy, due to the vehicles moving about the planet on the roads down the mountain. Sighing to themselves, Izuku gave himself a full humanoid form without the draconic features and left the temple in order to begin his first day as the newest history teacher at Kuo Academy. Izuku was always extremely thankful that the temple for Mount Fuji was inside of Kuo town, seeing as how he was able to negotiate with those of the devils in how the territory of Kuo town was to be distributed. Now, though, it seemed to be in the control of 2 devil heirs. One being from the Gremory devil family, and the other being from the Citri devil family. Although she appears to be the more mature of the 2. The Gremory devil could be seen as a more emotionally mature of the 2, since she had always treated her peerage as though they were part of her own family, something that Izuku appreciated about her. Citri was someone who he could talk business with, since he'd done some deals in the past with her parents. As for the Gremory, so long as the heir of the family didn't ask too many questions about his lineage, he should be good. Especially seeing as how he is the only one in the line. As his car drove down the road towards Kuo Academy, Izuku had to think about the length of time it took to get his teacher's license. The fact that he decided to take teaching classes for the last 100 years in order to be a teacher for any class surprised him mentally. In terms of his teaching career, he had started out small, working as a daycare worker teaching children about history. That was then moved over to being an elementary school history teacher, all before he was moved on to middle school and now finally at Kuo Academy for those who were wanting to enter the established school. If there was anything that he was happy about, however, it was the fact that it was him who died instead of Mineta. That young man would be having a field day with all the young women in Kuo Academy, seeing as it's an all-girls school. He would be frothing at the mouth just to be able to be in his position, not as though the young man would be able to teach children by the time he reached the age of. But all things considered, Izuku loved teaching history to those of many ages and grades. It made him happier to help those who needed assistance in school. He could finally be the teacher that he used to need in order to help those in trouble. He was also known to help those with mental issues, since he had enough information on his time of learning to teach to be able to give therapy to those who needed it. By the time Izuku arrived at Kuo Academy, he stepped out of his vehicle. He had parked in the teacher's parking lot and pulled out a cigar that had enough radiation in it to keep him from having to seek it out at nuclear power plants. It was a side effect of when he had absorbed the power of the nuclear bomb back during the final few years of the Great War, which just so happened to be during World War. Smoking the cigar, he let out a small puff of green air that his body absorbed into his biomass before he began to walk into the school grounds. The longer he walked through the courtyard, the more he gained looks from the students. Each one of them staring at him in confusion and worry as they believed him to be another pervert entering their prized school. Within a few more minutes he arrived at the teacher's lounge with a smile. "Time to begin my first day as a teacher," Izuku mumbled. 0W0. Upon entering the teacher's lounge, Izuku found himself being stared at by a few other teachers. They were mostly women, but there was a couple men standing about as they talked to one another about what they planned on doing for the weekend. With Izuku's rugged appearance as well as how he dressed for being a teacher on history, most of the women in the room saw him as nothing more than a homeless man entering looking quite sharp. One brave teacher walked over to him, a frown on her expression as she spoke to him in a low tone. "What brings you onto school grounds, sir? I'm pretty sure that the next alleyway is down the road, not on school property." The teacher questioned angrily. "My name is Midoriya Izuku, history teacher for the school. I signed the papers that your school's principal gave me about a few months ago," Izuku said, showing the documents. The woman read the documents before her eyes began to widen as she glanced back at his eyes. For just a moment the woman would believe from that day forward that Izuku's very own eyes became slits and glowed for just a brief second before she moved away from him. Sitting back down with her colleagues, Izuku found himself releasing a breath of fresh air before sitting down at a small desk that was prepared for him. As he began to look through the class roster, he took another puff from his cigar as he memorized each and every single student who he would be in charge of for the senior class. So there is Gremory, Himejima, Citri and Shinra all in the same classroom. This will be intriguing, Izuku thought to himself. Looking over the rest of the school's roster for each of the grades, Izuku noticed that there was a distinct hatred for one such individual. A young man whose name was Haida Issei. He was in his class for 2C. For history class. Blinking at the multitude of comments about perverted behavior as well as constant distractions for the class, Izuku frowned at that. Sure, Kuo Academy had become poly-school system allowing men to take their entrance exams within the last few decades. But for them to hate this one individual this much? That seemed odd, even to Izuku himself. He'd been in a school where they were very strict on how their students treated one another. And even then, UA hadn't managed to even curb Mineta's love of the female human body a single bit until Ishido had gotten to the young man and tortured his mind. With what? Izuku would never be able to tell since he had no clue what the young man was forced to watch since it caused him to become better about his perversion. With his mind made up, Izuku decided to see what this young man was like in a therapy session since he seemed to be a character who was hiding more about himself than what he normally would. The day would continue onward without any kind of problems. That was until he was about to enter the classroom for 2C's history class. As he was about to enter the classroom, Izuku heard a commotion within the classroom and erased his presence before entering the classroom. Upon entry of the classroom, Izuku moved over towards the teacher's desk and watched as one Hyde Issei was looking at his friends with perverted expressions. It seemed as though their perverted attitudes had garnered some attention from the rest of the class as they all screamed at the trio to stop talking about those kinds of things. From their perspective, Hayudo Issei was an unrepentant pervert who would say exactly what was on his mind. From Izuku's point of view, it seemed as though the young man was actively pushing this perverted view he had on the female body due to some kind of event in his past. It was something that Izuku had learnt that some humans could do as a form of coping mechanism in order to deal with a past trauma or event that caused them to close their true selves off to others. And from what Izuku could see from Hayudo, it was that he was hiding his true self from others, probably because he was scared of what they would think of his inner self. In just a few minutes, Izuku had managed to see through the small mask that Hayudo placed in front of everyone. Although, Izuku could sense some kind of malicious intent within the classroom at the moment, and it was all centered on Hayudo. Looking for the malicious intent in the classroom, he found a young woman who appeared with long black hair and violet-colored hair as she seemed to glare at Hayudo with everything that she could. Izuku narrowed his gaze at the young woman before glancing at his class schedule for the student roster. As he stared at the roster, he made his presence be sensed again. "Young lady in the back, could I have your name?" Izuku asked, as the entire class flinched at his authoritative tone. "Yes, sensei," the young woman said, moving towards the front. If there was anything to point out who this young woman was, Izuku knew for a fact that there was a red flag. Her school uniform was not what the school had asked for her to wear on campus, and as he raised an eyebrow at that, he watched her hand wave subtly in front of him. He instantly sensed magic at play here before he looked at his class roster and asked his question. "Young lady, can I have your name?" Izuku questioned. "My name is Amano Yuma, nice to meet you, sensei," the young woman said, holding a hand out. As soon as their palms touched one another, Izuku felt a small trickle of magical energy attempt to make him forget the encounter. Frowning at that, he decided to play with her for a minute before acting as though he fell under her spell. Watching her grin at that, she moved back towards her seat as Izuku went about teaching the class about their history lesson. Izuku paid very special attention to both her and Hayudo as the day went on for history class, and from what he could see, Hayudo was actually interested in the lesson for once. Definitely not what he'd seen on the small notes about him before school started. Things are about to get very interesting. But now, though, Izuku needed to see why this young woman was showing malicious intent towards one of his students. Kuo Academy, Front Gate, year 2015. The morning light filtered through the tall windows of Kuo Academy, casting soft gold across the polished floors. Students shuffled through the halls, laughter and chatter echoing in bursts. But in the quiet corner of the faculty wing, Izuku Midoriya sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, eyes half-lidded in thought. He'd sent the message 10 minutes ago. A simple request, Hayudo Issei, please report to room 3B before first PRD. No trouble, just to check in. Izuku didn't expect resistance. He'd read the boy's file, seen the scrawled notes from teachers who'd long since given up. Pervert. Disruptive. Hopeless. But Izuku didn't believe in hopeless. Not after centuries of watching people break, rebuild, and rise again. A knock came. Hesitant. 3 soft taps. "Come in," Izuku said, voice calm but firm. The door creaked open. Issei stepped in, shoulders hunched, eyes darting. He looked like he expected a trap. "You wanted to see me, sensei?" Izuku gestured to the chair across from him. "I did. Please, sit." Issei hesitated, then dropped into the seat, legs bouncing nervously. "I didn't do anything wrong today. I mean, not yet. I'm not in trouble, right?" Izuku smiled gently. "You're not in trouble, Issei. I just wanted to talk." Issei blinked. "Talk? Just about you?" The boy's brow furrowed. "Me?" Izuku nodded. "I've read your file. I've seen the comments. But I don't believe paper tells the whole story. I wanted to hear from you directly. How are you feeling? How's school been?" Issei stared at him. "You're asking how I feel?" "Yes." The pause. Issei looked down at his hands. No one's ever asked me that before. Not like that. Izuku leaned forward slightly, voice low and steady. Then let me be the first. Issei swallowed. I'm fine. School's fine. I got my friends. We joke around. I get yelled at a lot, but that's normal, right? Izuku didn't respond immediately. He let the silence stretch, soft and unthreatening. Issei fidgeted. You're not gonna yell at me? No. Or tell me I'm disgusting? No. Or say I'm wasting everyone's time? Izuku's gaze softened. No, Issei. I'm here to listen. Something flickered in the boy's eyes. Confusion. Suspicion. Then, beneath it, something raw. I don't get it, Issei muttered. Why do you care? Izuku folded his hands. Because I've seen masks before. I've worn them. And I know what it's like to be misunderstood. Issei's breath caught. He looked away to. I'm not wearing a mask, he said quickly. I like girls. That's all. Big deal. Izuku nodded slowly. You do. But that's not all. Issei flinched. What do you mean? I mean, Izuku said gently, that sometimes people act a certain way because it's easier than showing what's underneath. Sometimes it's safer. Issei's voice dropped. You think I'm hiding something? I think you're protecting something. Silence. Heavy now. Issei's fingers curled into fists. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, but his voice trembled. Izuku didn't press. He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a small ceramic cup, filled it with warm tea from a thermos, and placed it in front of Issei. Drink, he said. It helps. Issei stared at the cup. You're weird. Izuku smiled. I've been called worse. Issei picked up the cup, hands shaking slightly. He sipped. The warmth seemed to settle something in him. I used to think teachers were all the same, he said quietly. They look at me and see a joke. A problem. A pervert. I don't see that, Izuku said. Issei looked up. Then what do you see? Izuku met his gaze. I see a boy who's hurting. Who's trying to laugh through the pain. Who's afraid that if he stops joking, people will see the cracks. Issei's eyes widened. His lips parted but no words came. I see someone who wants to be loved, Izuku continued, but doesn't know how to ask for it. The cup clattered slightly as Issei set it down. His shoulders shook. I don't know why I'm crying, he whispered. Izuku didn't move. It's okay. I didn't mean to, Issei said, voice cracking. I didn't come here to cry. You didn't come here to be seen either, Izuku said softly. But you are. Issei covered his face with his hands. I don't know what's wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you, Izuku said. You've been carrying something heavy. For a long time. Issei's voice was muffled. I don't even remember when it started. Izuku waited. The silence wrapped around them like a blanket. I was 9, Issei said finally. My mom got sick. Real sick. And my dad, he didn't know how to handle it. He started drinking. Yelling. Sometimes at me. Sometimes at her. Izuku's eyes didn't waver. She died when I was 10, Issei continued. And my dad just shut down. He stopped talking. Stopped looking at me. I thought it was my fault. It wasn't, Izuku said. I know that now, Issei said. But back then, I thought if I could make people laugh, maybe they'd like me. Maybe they wouldn't leave. Izuku nodded slowly. So you became the clown. Issei's laugh was bitter. Yeah. The perverted clown. Easy to hate. Easy to ignore. But not easy to break, Izuku said. Issei looked up, eyes red. Why are you being so nice to me? Izuku's voice was steady. Because you deserve kindness. Because you're more than the mask you wear. And because I've seen what happens when people like you are left alone. Issei's breath hitched. I don't want to be alone anymore. You're not, Izuku said. Not while I'm here. Issei wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his uniform, embarrassed by the tears but too shaken to hide them. Izuku didn't move. He didn't offer tissues. He didn't lean in with pity. He simply stayed present, anchored, calm, and open. I used to think, Issei said slowly, that if I just kept talking about girls, people would laugh. And if they laughed, they wouldn't look too close. Izuku nodded. And if they didn't look too close, they wouldn't see the pain. Issei's voice cracked. Yeah. The boy leaned back in the chair, staring at the ceiling. I don't even know who I am anymore. I mean, I know I'm a guy who likes girls, but that's not all I am, right? No, Izuku said. You're someone who survived. Someone who adapted. Someone who's still learning how to be seen. Issei let out a shaky breath. I didn't think anyone would ever say that. Izuku tilted his head. Why not? Because I'm the joke, Issei said bitterly. I'm the guy everyone rolls their eyes at. Even my teachers. Even the girls I like. They don't see me. They see the noise. Izuku's voice was soft. I see you. Issei looked down at his hands. I don't know what to do with that. You don't have to do anything, Izuku said. Just let it be true. The silence that followed wasn't heavy. It was warm. Like the hush after a storm. I used to dream about being a hero, Issei said suddenly. Like, a real one. Saving people. Protecting them. I even had this dumb cape I made out of a blanket when I was a kid. Izuku smiled. That's not dumb. I thought maybe if I saved enough people, someone would save me back. Izuku's smile faded, replaced by something quieter. Did anyone? Issei shook his head. Not really. I mean, my mom tried. She was amazing. But she was sick. And after she died, it was like, I stopped existing. Izuku leaned forward slightly. You didn't stop. You adapted. Issei blinked. What do you mean? You found a way to survive, Izuku said. Even if it meant hiding behind jokes. Even if it meant being misunderstood. You kept going. Issei's throat tightened. I didn't think anyone would ever say that. I'm not just anyone, Izuku said. I've lived long enough to know what survival looks like. And I've seen what happens when people are punished for it. Issei's eyes filled again. I don't want to be punished anymore. You won't be, Izuku said. Not by me. The boy looked at him, something fragile in his gaze. Why are you doing this? Izuku paused. Then, with quiet conviction, because I've seen too many people fall through the cracks. And I promised myself, if I ever had the chance, I'd be the kind of teacher I needed when I was young. Issei's breath hitched. You were like me? Izuku nodded. In more ways than I care to admit. Issei looked away. I don't know how to be anything else. You don't have to change overnight, Izuku said. But you can start by being honest. With yourself. With me. Issei hesitated. Then, in a whisper, I'm scared. Izuku didn't flinch. Of what? Of being real, Issei said. Of showing people who I am. What if they hate me even more? Izuku's voice was steady. Then they're not your people. Issei blinked. What? If someone hates you for being honest, Izuku said, they were never going to love you for the mask. Issei's lips trembled. I don't know how to be honest. You're doing it right now, Izuku said. The boy let out a shaky laugh. I guess I am. Izuku leaned back, giving him space. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be present. Nodded slowly. I think I want to try. That's all I ask. The silence between them lingered, soft and strange. Issei had stopped crying, but his eyes were still glassy, his breath uneven. Izuku didn't rush him. He let the quiet settle like dust on old stone natural earned. Issei finally spoke. I don't know why I told you all that. Izuku's voice was low. Because you needed to. Issei nodded slowly. I guess I did. Izuku leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. There's something else I wanted to ask you about. A student I met yesterday. Issei blinked. Who? The girl. Long black hair. Violet eyes. She introduced herself as Amano Yuma. Issei's posture shifted. Not defensively, more like a ripple of surprise. Yuma? Izuku watched him carefully. You know her? Issei scratched the back of his neck. I mean, kinda? She asked me out yesterday. Said she thought I was funny. Izuku's expression didn't change. How did that make you feel? Issei laughed nervously. Like I'd won the lottery. I mean, she's gorgeous. And no one ever asks me out. Ever. Izuku nodded. Did anything about her seem unusual? Issei frowned. Unusual how? Izuku chose his words carefully. Her energy. Her presence. Did she feel off? Issei hesitated. I mean, she was super polite. Smiled a lot. But now that you mention it, something about her eyes. They didn't match her smile. Izuku's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Issei looked down. It's like her smile was warm, but her eyes were cold. Like she was looking through me, not at me. Izuku didn't speak for a moment. Then, that's a good observation. Issei blinked. You think she's dangerous? Izuku didn't answer directly. I think she's hiding something. Just like you were. Issei's breath caught. You think she's wearing a mask? Izuku nodded. And not the kind you wear to survive. The kind you wear to hunt. Issei's face paled. You're scaring me. I don't mean to, Izuku said gently. But I need you to be careful. Issei swallowed. I was supposed to meet her after school today. Izuku's voice was calm, but firm. I want you to go. But I want you to be aware. Watch her. Listen. Don't let your guard down. Issei's voice trembled. What if she tries something? Izuku leaned forward, eyes steady. Then I'll be there. Issei stared at him. You'll follow me? I'll watch from a distance, Izuku said. I won't interfere unless I have to. Issei's voice cracked. Why are you doing this? Izuku's answer came without hesitation. Because you matter. And because no one should face danger alone. Issei looked down at his hands. I don't know what's happening anymore. Izuku stood, walked around the desk, and placed a hand on Issei's shoulder. You're waking up. That's what's happening. Issei looked up, eyes wide. Waking up. To who you are, Izuku said. To what you've survived. And to what you're still becoming. Issei's throat tightened. I'm scared. Izuku nodded. Good. Fear means you're paying attention. Issei let out a shaky breath. Good. I'll go. I'll meet her. Izuku's voice was quiet. And I'll be watching. Issei sat quietly for a moment longer, the tea cooling in his hands. His eyes were no longer glassy, but something in them had changed, less frantic, more uncertain. He looked at Izuku like someone seeing daylight after years underground. I don't know what's going to happen, he said softly. Izuku smiled. Neither do I. But that's the beauty of it. Issei blinked. You're not going to stop me? No, Izuku said. I'm going to ask you to do something harder. Issei tilted his head. What? Have fun. The boy stared. Fun. Izuku nodded. You've earned it. You've carried enough weight for a lifetime. Go out. Smile. Let yourself be seen. Even if it's just for an hour. Issei's voice was quiet. What if it's nothing? What if she's just a normal girl? Izuku's gaze softened. Then you'll have a lovely evening. And I'll be glad I was wrong. Issei stood slowly, setting the cup down with care. And if you're right? Izuku's voice dropped, calm and resolute. Then I'll be there. Issei nodded, shoulders still tense but eyes a little clearer. Thanks, sensei. Izuku gave a small bow. Anytime, Hayadu. The boy turned and walked toward the door. His steps were hesitant, but they didn't drag. Just before he left, Izuku called out one last time. Issei. The boy paused, hand on the doorframe. You're not alone anymore. Issei didn't speak. He just nodded once, then stepped out into the hallway, the door clicking shut behind him. Silence returned. Izuku leaned back in his chair, eyes drifting toward the window. The courtyard was bathed in morning light, students moving like shadows across the stone paths. But his thoughts were no longer on the surface. He closed his eyes. And there it was. A ripple. Faint but unmistakable. A pulse of ancient power buried deep within Issei's soul. Not chaotic. Not malicious. But vast. Dormant. Waiting. Izuku exhaled slowly. So that's what I felt. He opened his eyes, gaze sharpening. The boosted gear. The very same sacred gear that once housed Draig the Red Dragon Emperor. The weapon God himself had forged to balance the scales of heaven and earth. Izuku's fingers curled slightly. No wonder she's watching him. The girl Yuma Amano wasn't just curious. She was hunting. And Issei, for all his jokes and masks, was far more than he appeared. Izuku stood, walking to the window. He watched the students below, scanning for her. The violet-eyed girl with the warm smile and cold gaze. "She's not here yet," he murmured. "But she will be." He placed a hand on the glass, letting a faint shimmer of protective energy ripple outward. Just in case. Because even if it was paranoia, one could never be too careful. The office was quiet again. Issei's presence had left a lingering warmth, but Izuku's thoughts had shifted. The ripple of power he'd sensed wasn't just a curiosity, it was a beacon. And in Kuo Town, beacons drew predators. Izuku moved to the far wall of his office, where a small lacquered cabinet sat beneath a scroll of Amaterasu's sigil. He opened it, revealing a compact communication mirror etched with celestial runes. He tapped the surface once, then twice more, each touch sending a pulse of ki through the air. The mirror shimmered. 2 sigils appeared, one crimson, one deep blue. Izuku chose crimson first. A moment later, the mirror flared, and the image of Rias Gremory materialized, her long red hair cascading over her shoulders, eyes sharp but curious. "Midoriya-sensei," she said, tilting her head. "I wasn't expecting a call so early in the term." Izuku bowed slightly. "Forgive the intrusion, Lady Gremory. I wouldn't disturb you unless it was urgent." Her expression shifted. "Go on. There's a fallen angel operating within your territory. She's disguised as a student Yuma Amano. She approached Hyde Issei yesterday and asked him out." Rias's eyes narrowed. "Yuma?" Izuku nodded. "She's masking her aura well, but I sensed her intent. It's not curiosity. It's extraction." Rias leaned forward. "Extraction of what?" Izuku's voice dropped. "The sacred gear. Boosted gear, to be precise." Rias's breath caught. "You're certain?" "I felt the ripple myself," Izuku said. "Drake's presence is faint, but unmistakable. Issei is the wielder." Rias looked away for a moment, processing. "That explains the surveillance. We've had minor disturbances in the barrier lately. I thought it was residual energy from the temple." "It's her," Izuku said. "She's probing. Preparing." Rias's eyes sharpened. "And Issei?" "He's unaware. Vulnerable. But not unworthy." Rias nodded slowly. "I'll alert my peerage. We'll monitor the area." Izuku bowed again. "Thank you. I'll be shadowing the encounter myself. I won't interfere unless necessary." Rias smiled faintly. "You're already interfering, Midoriya-sensei. But I appreciate your restraint." Izuku's lips twitched. "Old habits." The mirror shimmered again, signaling the second sigil. Izuku tapped it. Sona Citri appeared, her expression calm and composed, glasses glinting in the light. "Midoriya," she said. "I assume this is about the fallen angel." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "You sensed her?" "I sensed the disruption in the magical grid. Subtle but deliberate." Izuku nodded. "She's targeting Hyde Issei. He holds the boosted gear." Sona's eyes narrowed. "That's unfortunate." "Indeed," Izuku said. "I've spoken with Rias. She's mobilizing her peerage. I wanted you informed as well." Sona folded her hands. "Do you believe the boy is ready?" "No," Izuku said. "But readiness isn't always a choice. Sometimes it's a crucible." Sona considered that. "Will you intervene?" "Only if necessary," Izuku said. "But I'll be watching." Sona nodded. "Then we'll coordinate. I'll reinforce the barrier near the park." Izuku bowed. "Thank you, Lady Citri." The mirror dimmed, the sigils fading. Izuku stood in silence for a moment, then turned back to his desk. He picked up the roster again, eyes lingering on Issei's name. "Let's see what kind of fire you carry, Hidu." Kuo Town, Central Market, year 2015. Sensei said to have fun. I don't know what that means anymore, but I think I want to find out. Even if something feels off. Even if the world's starting to look different when I'm not ready for it. The sun was warm against her skin, but Yuma Amano felt nothing. She stood beneath the cherry trees lining Koa's Central Park, watching the breeze stir petals into lazy spirals. Her smile was practiced soft, inviting, just enough tilt to the head to seem bashful. But inside she was counting minutes. Calculating angles. Rehearsing the kill. Hayadu Issei. She'd watched him for weeks. But transparent. A boy who wore his desires like armor, mistaking laughter for safety. He was easy to approach. Easier to manipulate. And if the reports were accurate, if the ripple she'd felt yesterday was real, then he was more than just a fool with a crush. He was a threat. Yuma's fingers curled slightly, nails pressing into her palm. The boosted gear. Draig's legacy. She hadn't sensed it at first, buried beneath layers of adolescent chaos. But yesterday, something shifted. A flicker of ancient power. Dormant, yes, but unmistakable. She would end it tonight. A quiet date. A walk through the park. A smile. A kiss. And then, when his guard was down, when he was looking at her like she was salvation, she'd pierce his heart and take what she came for. No mess. No witnesses. Just another disappearance in a town already thick with secrets. But as she adjusted the ribbon in her hair, a memory surfaced, unbidden, unwelcome. A village. Smallquint. The stench of blood and sulfur. And a roar. Not human. Not angelic. Something older. She'd been younger than reckless, proud. Sent to retrieve a fragment of a lost relic buried beneath the Alps. She hadn't known the cave was guarded. Hadn't known the relic was bait. The dragon had been massive. Dark green scales. Eyes like molten emeralds. It hadn't spoken. It hadn't needed to. Its fury was ancient, its breath a furnace. She'd barely escaped. Her wings had been torn. Her pride shattered. And for weeks afterward, she dreamed of fire. Yuma blinked, the memory fading like smoke. That dragon had nearly killed her. And now, 150 years later, she was hunting its heir. She smiled again, this time with teeth. Let him laugh. Let him flirt. Let him think this was just a date. She adjusted her blouse, checked the mirror once more. The girl staring back was flawless, soft curls, warm eyes, a hint of nervous excitement in the smile. Human. Harmless. Desirable. Yuma knew the look well. She'd worn it in dozens of cities, across decades. It was the face that drew them in. The face they trusted. But beneath it her wings twitched. She hated this part. The waiting. The pretending. The way her skin itched with borrowed warmth, her grace folded into mortal clumsiness. She could feel the sacred energy pulsing faintly from Issei, already like a heartbeat muffled under layers of flesh and fear. He wouldn't know what he carried. Not yet. But she did. And so did others. Her orders had been clear. Extract the gear, eliminate the host. No witnesses. No complications. The boy was untrained, unguarded, and emotionally volatile. Easy prey. But something gnawed at her. Not guilt. Not hesitation. Something older. The memory of emerald fire. She'd never identified the dragon that nearly killed her. It hadn't matched any known lineage. No records. No sightings. Just a whisper of scales and fury in a village that no longer existed. She'd limped away with half her grace shattered and a scar that still burned when she flew too high. And now, the boy she was meant to kill carried a fragment of that same fire. Coincidence? Maybe. But Yuma didn't believe in coincidence. She turned as footsteps approached, light, uneven, familiar. Issei Hayadu, right on time, wearing a button-up shirt that didn't quite fit and a grin that tried too hard. "Hey," he called, waving. "You look amazing." Yuma smiled, tilting her head just enough to catch the light. Sweet. He flushed. "I mean, I'm not trying to be weird. I just thanks for coming." She offered her arm. "Shall we?" He blinked, then took it, his fingers warm and clumsy against her skin. They walked. She listened. He talked. About school. About manga. About a dream he had once where he could fly. He laughed at his own jokes, stumbled over compliments, and kept glancing at her like he couldn't believe she was real. Yuma smiled. She played her part. But beneath the surface she was counting breaths. Watching the sun dip lower. Waiting for the moment when the park grew quiet and the shadows stretched long. That would be the moment. She'd lead him to the fountain. Let him lean in. Let him believe. And then, a flicker. She paused mid-step. Something shifted. A presence. Familiar. Controlled. Watching. Her smile didn't falter, but her grip on Issei's arm tightened slightly. He didn't notice. He was too busy talking about his favorite anime ending. But Yuma did. She scanned the trees. The rooftops. The air itself. Someone was here. Someone powerful. And suddenly, the plan didn't feel so simple. Izuku's point of view. Izuku stood beneath the shade of a tall cedar, arms folded loosely, gaze steady. From this distance, he could see them clearly, Issei and Yuma, walking side by side along the winding path that cut through Kuo Park. The boy was animated, gesturing wildly as he spoke, his voice rising and falling in bursts of nervous excitement. Yuma laughed at the right moments, tilted her head just so, her smile soft and practiced. But Izuku wasn't watching the performance. He was watching the energy. It rolled off her in waves, subtle, but unmistakable. Fallen angel. Refined. Controlled. The kind that had learned to mask its scent in crowded places but couldn't quite suppress the undertone of decay. Her aura shimmered faintly in the air around her, like oil on water. Beautiful but wrong. Izuku narrowed his eyes. She was good. Better than most. Her disguise was flawless, her rhythm human. But the energy didn't lie. It pulsed with intent. Not curiosity. Not confusion. Predation. He shifted his weight slightly, letting his senses expand. The barrier Sona had reinforced earlier hummed quietly beneath the earth, a lattice of protective ki woven into the soil and stone. It wouldn't stop a determined attack, but it would slow it. Warn him. Still, that wasn't what held his attention. It was her face. Izuku had seen it before. Not in Kuo. Not in this century. But in a village tucked deep in the Carpathians, where the fog never lifted and the bells rang hollow. He hadn't thought of that place in years. The memory came unbidden, sharp, vivid. A winter night. Snow falling in sheets. The villagers huddled in their homes, whispering prayers to gods long forgotten. Izuku had been younger then, still learning the weight of command, still believing he could protect everyone if he just moved fast enough. The attacks had started without warning. Livestock drained. Children vanished. And then the sky split open. 3 dragons. Not the majestic kind from storybooks. These were feral, twisted things, scales mottled with rot, eyes burning with hunger. They tore through the village like fire through dry grass. Izuku had fought them. Alone. He'd won. Barely. But it wasn't the dragons that haunted him. It was the woman who arrived after. Dark wings. Cold eyes. A smile that didn't reach her face. She hadn't attacked. She'd watched. Studied. And when he'd confronted her, she'd simply said, "You fight like someone who's lost before." He hadn't understood it then. But he did now. Izuku's gaze returned to Yuma. Same posture. Same smile. Same violet eyes. Izuku didn't need confirmation. He'd felt her aura before, once in snow, once in fire. And now, here she was again, cloaked in charm and silk, walking beside a boy who didn't yet know the shape of his own soul. He watched her closely, the way her wings flickered just beneath the surface of her disguise. She was composed, but not calm. Her rhythm was too precise. Her smile too symmetrical. She was performing, and Izuku had seen enough performances to know when the curtain was about to fall. She hadn't recognized him yet. Not fully. That was fine. He wanted her to feel safe. Just long enough to make her flinch. The last time they'd met, she'd hovered above the ruins of a village he'd sworn to protect. Her wings had been slick with blood then, her eyes unreadable. She hadn't attacked. She hadn't spoken. She'd simply watched as he buried the dead. And when he'd asked her why she'd come, why she hadn't stopped the dragons, why she'd let it happen, she'd said nothing. Just turned and vanished into the fog. Izuku had never forgiven that silence. Now she was here again. Different name. Different face. But the same eyes. The same stillness. And this time, she wasn't watching. She was hunting. He stepped forward, letting his presence bleed into the air. Not enough to startle. Just enough to be felt. Yuma's posture shifted. She felt him. But Issei kept talking oblivious. His voice was lighter now, less frantic. Izuku could hear the change. The boy was relaxing. Trusting. Letting himself be seen. Izuku's jaw tightened. She was going to use that. He moved again, circling wide, keeping to the edges of the barrier. His eyes never left her. He watched the way her aura adjusted, tightening, sharpening. She was recalibrating. She knew something was wrong. She just didn't know what. Izuku reached into his coat, fingers brushing the edge of a small charm, a fragment of the old village's warding stone. He'd kept it all these years. Not for protection. For memory. He held it now, letting its energy pulse once, faint and steady. Yuma flinched. Just slightly. But enough. Izuku smiled. She remembered. Let her remember the snow. The fire. The way her wings had sparked when she tried to fly too close to his barrier. Let her remember the boy she'd underestimated. Because he wasn't a boy anymore. He was the storm. Issei and Yuma reached the fountain. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows across the stone. Yuma turned toward him, her posture shifting more NTMT, more final. Izuku felt the change instantly. This was it. She was going to strike. He moved. Not fast. Not loud. Just enough. Yuma's hand began to rise, fingers glowing faintly, aura spiking. And then, Izuku stepped into view. Her eyes met his. And everything stopped. Issei blinked, confused. Sensei? Yuma didn't speak. Izuku tilted his head, smile calm. Evening. Her aura flared, defensive, sharp. Izuku didn't flinch. I was wondering, he said softly, if you'd remember me. Yuma's voice was low. You. Issei looked between them, bewildered. Wait, what's going on? Izuku didn't take his eyes off her. It's been a long time. Carpathian village. 3 dragons. 1 survivor. Yuma's jaw tightened. You should be dead. Izuku chuckled. People keep saying that. Issei stepped back. Wait, dragons? What are you talking about? Yuma's wings flared, dark and sudden, her disguise melting away. Issei stumbled. What the hell? Izuku raised a hand. Stay behind me. Yuma's voice was cold. You can't stop me. Izuku's smile faded. I already did. She lunged. Izuku moved. The clash was brief, energy against energy, light against shadow. No grand explosions. No shattered earth. Just precision. Control. Yuma staggered back, breath ragged. Izuku stood firm, aura steady. You're not here for him, he said. You're here for the gear. Yuma's eyes burned. He's dangerous. Izuku nodded. So was I. She hesitated. Izuku stepped forward. Leave. Yuma's wings trembled. Issei watched, wide-eyed, silent. Izuku's voice dropped. You won't get another chance. Yuma looked at Issei. Then at Izuku. Then, without a word, she vanished, wings folding, aura snapping shut like a trap. Silence returned. Issei stared. What was that? Izuku turned slowly. A lesson. Issei's voice cracked. She was going to kill me. Izuku nodded. Yes. Issei's breath hitched. Why? Izuku looked at him. Because you carry something powerful. Something ancient. Something worth killing for. Issei's hands shook. I don't understand. You will, Izuku said. But not tonight. Issei looked down. I thought this was just a date. Izuku's voice was quiet. So did she. They stood in silence. Then Izuku placed a hand on Issei's shoulder. You did well. Issei blinked. I didn't do anything. You trusted, Izuku said. That's harder than it looks. Issei swallowed. What happens now? Izuku looked toward the sky, where the last light was fading. Now, he said, we begin. Crow Academy, Faculty Wing, Room 3B. The world hadn't stopped spinning. That was the weird part. Issei Haidu sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the same cracked ceiling he'd stared at for years. The same posters on the wall. The same half-eaten bag of chips on the desk. Everything looked normal. But nothing felt normal. He hadn't slept. Not really. His body had shut down for a few hours, but his mind had kept running, looping through the date, the fountain, the wings, the way Yuma's eyes had gone from warm to lethal in a heartbeat. And Izuku. Just standing there. Like he'd seen it all before. Issei rubbed his face with both hands, groaning. What the hell is happening? He tried to explain it to himself. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe he'd eaten something weird. Maybe he'd finally snapped and started hallucinating. But then he'd found the scorch mark on the stone path near the fountain. A perfect crescent. Like something had landed hard and fast. Not a dream. Not a joke. His dad hadn't called in days. Not unusual. The man worked construction on the other side of Japan, and when he was busy, he was gone. Issei didn't blame him. Not anymore. But it meant there was no one to ask. No one to say, "Hey, is it normal for your date to sprout wings and try to kill you?" Just Izuku. The man had sent a message that morning. Simple. Direct. Room 3B. After classes. Issei had stared at it for 10 minutes before replying. Now, the day was crawling toward evening, and Issei was walking the halls of Kuo Academy like a ghost. Students passed him, laughing, talking, living. He felt like he was underwater, everything muffled, distant. He reached the faculty wing. Room 3B. The door was closed. He hesitated, then knocked. "Come in," came the voice. Familiar. Issei stepped inside. Izuku Midoriya sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, eyes steady. The same posture as before. But something in his gaze was different now, sharper, quieter. Like he'd been waiting for this moment. Issei sat down without being asked. "I don't know what's going on," he said immediately. "I don't know what she was. I don't know what you are. I don't know what I am." Izuku nodded once. "But that's a start." Issei blinked. "A start? You're asking questions," Izuku said. "That means you're ready to hear answers." Issei leaned forward. "Then tell me, please, what was she?" Izuku's voice was low. "A fallen angel." Issei stared. "Like, biblical?" "In a way," Izuku said. "Not the kind from paintings. Not the kind from sermons. But yes. Cast down. Twisted. Dangerous." Issei's throat tightened. "She tried to kill me." Izuku nodded. "She will again." Issei's breath caught. "Why?" Izuku looked at him. "Because you carry something inside you. Something ancient. Something powerful." Issei's voice cracked. "What?" Izuku leaned back. "A sacred gear. Specifically, the boosted gear." Issei blinked. "That sounds like a video game item." Izuku smiled faintly. "It's not." Issei rubbed his temples. "So I've got this thing. And she wanted it. And you stopped her. But why me? I'm nobody." Izuku's gaze softened. "You're not nobody." Issei laughed bitterly. "I'm the joke. The clown. The guy who gets ignored." Izuku's voice was steady. "You're the boy who survived. Who adapted. Who kept going." Issei looked down. "I don't feel powerful." "You're not," Izuku said. "Not yet. But the gear chose you. And that means something." Issei swallowed. "What does it mean?" Izuku paused. "Then, it means you're part of a world that doesn't play by human rules. A world of angels, devils, dragons, and gods. And now that you've been seen, you can't go back." Issei's voice was barely a whisper. "I didn't ask for this." Izuku nodded. "Most don't." Silence settled between them. Then Izuku stood, walked to a cabinet, and pulled out a small scroll. He placed it on the desk between them. "This is a ward," he said. "It'll protect your room. Not forever. But long enough." Issei stared at it. "You think she'll come back?" "I know she will," Izuku said. "And she won't be alone." Issei's hands shook. "What do I do?" Izuku sat again. "You train. You learn. You listen. And you trust." Issei looked up. Trust who? Izuku's voice was quiet. Me. For now. Issei nodded slowly. Okay. Izuku leaned forward. There's more. About the gear. About the factions. About what's coming. But not all at once. Issei exhaled. I don't think I could handle all at once. Izuku smiled. That's why we start small. Issei looked at the scroll. Then at Izuku. Can I ask something? Of course. Why did you help me? Izuku's gaze didn't waver. Because I've seen what happens when boys like you are left alone. And I promised myself, if I ever had the chance, I'd be the kind of mentor I needed when I was young. Issei's breath hitched. You were like me? Izuku nodded. In more ways than I care to admit. Issei looked away. I'm scared. Izuku didn't flinch. But fear means you're paying attention. Issei let out a shaky breath. Then teach me. Izuku smiled. We begin tomorrow. Mountainside Temple, late afternoon. The path wound upward through thick cedar and pine, each step crunching softly beneath Issei's shoes. He'd never been this far outside Kuo before. The air was cooler here, thinner, and carried the scent of moss and incense. Izuku walked ahead, calm as ever, hands tucked into his sleeves like a monk from a storybook. Issei followed, still trying to process everything: the gear, the attack, the fact that his teacher had just casually deflected a fallen angel like it was a schoolyard scuffle. They reached a stone archway carved into the mountainside, half covered in ivy. Beyond it, nestled into the rock like a secret, stood a temple. Not grand, not flashy, just serene. Weathered wood, paper lanterns, a koi pond that shimmered in the fading light. Issei stopped at the threshold, staring. You live here? He asked, voice hushed. Izuku nodded. It's quiet, hard to find, and protected. Issei stepped inside, eyes wide. The air shifted cooler, heavier, like stepping into a place that remembered things. The walls were lined with scrolls and charms, the floor polished smooth by years of care. This is insane, Issei whispered. It's like something out of a movie. Izuku smiled. It's home. As they moved deeper into the temple, Issei caught movement: two figures in the courtyard, sweeping leaves and adjusting lanterns. One had short brown hair tied in a loose bun, her sleeves rolled up, her posture relaxed. The other was blonde, crouched near the pond, watching the fish with a tilted head and a grin that felt mischievous. Issei slowed, eyes lingering. The brown-haired girl glanced up, met his gaze and blinked. Then giggled. Issei flushed, looking away quickly. Before he could recover, the blonde girl vanished from view. Boo! She leapt from behind a pillar, arms wide, eyes gleaming. Issei yelped, stumbling backward and instinctively ducking behind Izuku. The man sighed. Himiko, he said, voice tired but fond. The blonde grinned. He's jumpy. I like him. Izuku turned slightly. Issei, meet Himiko Toga. My best friend outside of work. Issei peeked out from behind Izuku. You scared the hell out of me. Good reflexes, Himiko said, unbothered. You'll need those. Izuku gestured to the brown-haired girl, who was now walking over with a warm smile. And this, he said, is Ochako Uraraka. My partner. Issei blinked. Partner-like? Izuku nodded. Girlfriend. Co-guardian. Occasional voice of reason. Ochako laughed. Emphasis on occasional. Issei stared. You have a girlfriend? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Is that so hard to believe? I mean, no. I just wow. Ochako stepped forward, offering a hand. Nice to meet you, Issei. We've heard a lot about you. Issei shook it, still dazed. You have. Himiko leaned in. Mostly the part where you almost got stabbed by a fallen angel on a date. Issei groaned. Great. Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder. You're safe here. They're family. Issei looked around again: the temple, the courtyard, the two women who felt more like guardians than strangers. He exhaled slowly. Okay, he said. I guess this is where things get weird. Izuku smiled. They've been weird. Now they get real. The temple courtyard was quiet, save for the soft rustle of wind through cedar branches and the distant trickle of water from the koi pond. Issei stood between lanterns and stone paths, still trying to process everything's sacred gears, fallen angels, and now, dragons? Izuku stepped forward, arms folded loosely, his voice calm. "I think it's time you saw what this place really is," he said. "Ochako. Himiko." The two women paused mid-step. Ochako set down a bundle of charms she'd been organizing. Himiko tilted her head, grinning. "You sure?" Himiko asked, already bouncing on her heels. Izuku nodded. "He needs to understand." Ochako smiled gently. "All right then." Issei blinked. "Wait, what do you mean?" And then the air shifted. It wasn't loud. No blinding light. No dramatic roar. Just a ripple like reality exhaling. Himiko moved first. Her body shimmered, folding inward and outward at once, and then she was rising, her limbs elongating, her skin darkening into a matte gray sheen. Wings unfurled from her back, translucent and veined like glass. Her eyes narrowed into slits, glowing faintly gold. The creature before him was sleek, agile, and unmistakably draconic, like something out of a dream or a movie. Toothless, Issei thought. But not quite. Her scales were softer, her posture more feline. She looked playful, dangerous, beautiful. Then Ochako followed. Her transformation was slower, more deliberate. Her body expanded, limbs thickening, wings stretching wide. Her scales gleamed pink and black, patterned like storm clouds at sunset. A white underbelly shimmered beneath her chest and tail, and her horns curled back like polished obsidian. Her eyes, once warm and brown, were now sharp and slitted, glowing with a quiet intensity. Issei stumbled back, mouth open. "You're what, how?" Himiko giggled, her voice now a melodic growl. "Surprise." Ochako lowered her head slightly, her voice deeper but still gentle. "This is who we are." Issei stared, heart pounding. "You're dragons." Izuku stepped beside him. "Not just dragons. Guardians." Issei turned to him. "And you?" Izuku didn't answer with words. Instead, he exhaled slowly, and the air around him pulsed. From the nape of his neck, a line of dorsal plates erupted, smooth, obsidian ridges that ran down his spine and continued along a tail that unfurled behind him, twice as long as he was tall. His eyes shifted, slitted, glowing faintly green. His aura thickened, pressing against the air like a storm held in check. Issei could barely breathe. "You're all..." Izuku nodded. "Part of something older. Something hidden." Issei's gaze darted between them. Himiko crouched low, tail flicking lazily, Ochako standing tall, wings half spread like a cathedral roof, Izuku calm and steady, his transformation partial but unmistakable. And then, his thoughts betrayed him. He remembered the way Ochako had looked in her temple robe's soft fabric clinging to her waist, sleeves rolled up, neckline loose. He remembered Himiko's grin, the way she'd leaned in, her eyes bright and teasing. Now, in dragon form, they were stunning. Not monstrous. Not alien. Beautiful. His face flushed. I didn't mean to stare." Himiko chuckled. "You did." Ochako smiled. "It's all right. We're used to it." Issei looked down, embarrassed. I didn't expect dragons to look like that." Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're seeing truth for the first time. It's overwhelming." Issei nodded slowly. "Yeah, that's one word for it." The courtyard was quiet again. But the world had changed. And Issei Hayadu was no longer just a boy with a crush. He was standing among dragons. And they were looking at him like he mattered. Issei couldn't stop staring. Ochako's wings shimmered like velvet dusk, her scales catching the light in soft pink and black ripples. Himiko crouched low near the koi pond, tail flicking lazily, translucent gray wings folded like a cat at rest. And Izuku, still mostly human, stood between them, his dorsal plates casting long shadows across the stone. Issei swallowed, voice low. "Why aren't you like them?" Izuku turned, one brow raised. "Like them?" Issei gestured vaguely. "You know, full dragon. Wings. Plus, the whole thing." Izuku's gaze drifted toward the mountain behind them. Because if I fully transformed, there wouldn't be room. Issei blinked. What? Izuku's voice was calm, almost casual. My full form is nearly as large as the mountain itself. Issei stared at him, mouth slightly open. You're joking. I'm not, Izuku said. I haven't taken that shape in decades. Not since the last celestial breach. Ochako, still in dragon form, chuckled softly. He cracked the ridge last time. We had to rebuild half the temple. Himiko grinned. It was awesome. Issei looked up at the mountain tall, ancient, wrapped in mist and cedar. The idea of Izuku towering over it, wings blotting out the sun, tail carving through valleys, it was impossible. And yet, standing here, watching the way the air bent around him, Issei believed it. He looked back at Izuku's partial transformation, the ridged plates, the slitted eyes, the tail that moved with quiet precision. You're really that big? Izuku nodded. Size isn't everything. But in my case, it's inconvenient. Also, I don't have wings. Issei let out a breathless laugh. No kidding. He glanced again at Ochako and Himiko, both still in their true forms. The way they moved, the way they watched him, it wasn't threatening. It was NTMT. Familiar. Like they'd stopped hiding because they trusted him. And then his mind betrayed him again. He remembered the way their temple robes had clung to their forms. The curve of Ochako's waist. The way Himiko had leaned in teasing. Now, in dragon form, they were stunning, elegant, powerful, and somehow still themselves. Issei flushed, looking away. I'm trying not to stare. Himiko smirked. You're failing. Ochako's voice was warm. It's all right. We're used to being looked at. Izuku sighed. Just don't ask them to pose. Issei laughed nervously. I wouldn't. I didn't mean Himiko patted closer, her dragon form graceful and light. You're cute when you panic. Issei ducked his head. I'm just trying to survive the week. Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder. You're doing better than most. Issei looked up. So what now? Izuku's eyes gleamed. Now we begin. Dragon Temple, MT Fuji, outside Ko Town, 2015. The temple air was crisp in the morning, laced with pine and the distant scent of incense. Issei Haidu stood barefoot on the stone courtyard, sweat already clinging to his back, muscles aching from the fourth set of lunges. His legs trembled. His arms burned. But he didn't stop. Izuku watched from the steps, arms folded, eyes calm. Again, he said. Issei nodded, breath ragged. Again. The training wasn't flashy. No magic. No explosions. Just movement. Repetition. DSPLN. Carrying water from the mountain spring. Hauling stone across the courtyard. Sparring with Himiko until his ribs ached and his pride cracked. Meditation with Ochako until his thoughts stopped racing and started sharpening. Izuku didn't push him to exhaustion. He pushed him to clarity. You're not building strength, he'd said once. You're building control. And Issei had listened. He followed the plan to the letter. Every rep, every breath, every moment of silence. He didn't complain. Didn't quit. Because somewhere deep inside, he knew this mattered. That this wasn't just about getting stronger. It was about becoming someone worth choosing. Weeks passed. His body changed. Leaner. Harder. His reflexes sharpened. His mind quieted. He could feel the boosted gear now not fully awakened but pulsing beneath his skin like a second heartbeat. Dormant. Waiting. Izuku watched it all with quiet approval. You're ready, he said one evening as the sun dipped behind the mountain. Issei blinked. Ready for what? To be chosen. The next day she arrived. Rias Gremory. She stepped into the courtyard like she belonged there, red hair cascading over her shoulders, eyes sharp and curious. Her aura was regal but not cold. She looked at Issei like she already knew him. Izuku greeted her with a bow. Lady Gremory. Rias smiled. Midoriya-sensei. I've come for Hayadu. Issei froze. Me? Rias nodded. You've been prepared. You're strong enough to survive the transformation. And I'd like you in my peerage. Issei's heart pounded. He looked at Izuku, who gave a small nod. Then back at Rias. And he smiled. Not because he was being turned into a devil, but because someone had seen him, chosen him. And for the first time in a long time, he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The temple courtyard had been cleared. Lanterns dimmed. Charms tucked away. Even the koi pond seemed quieter, as if the water itself understood what was about to happen. Issei stood in the center, heart pounding, the stone beneath his feet warm from the afternoon sun. Rias Gremory stood before him, her crimson hair catching the light, her aura calm but focused. Izuku watched from the steps, arms folded, his dorsal plates casting long shadows across the wall behind him. Ochako and Himiko lingered nearby, silent in their human forms now, their presence steady and grounding. Rias stepped forward, her voice gentle. "Lay down, Haidu." Issei blinked. "On the ground?" She nodded. "It's easier that way." Jarring. He hesitated, then lowered himself slowly, the stone cool against his back. He stared up at the sky blue, cloudless, vast. Rias knelt beside him, her tone quiet but firm. "I turned someone once while they were standing." He was strong, but the shift hit him hard. He spent 3 days stumbling around like he'd downed a bottle of wine. Issei chuckled nervously. "That bad?" "Not dangerous," she said. "But disorienting. The body doesn't always know how to hold power." She glanced at Izuku. "But you've been trained. Your body's ready. I won't need to seal anything." Issei looked at Izuku, who gave a small nod. "You've earned this," Izuku said. "You're ready." Rias placed a hand over his chest, just above his heart. Her fingers were warm. Her aura pulsed. "This will feel strange," she said. "But it won't hurt." Issei nodded. "Okay." She closed her eyes. A crimson magic circle bloomed beneath him, etched into the stone with runes that shimmered like fire. The air thickened. The ground hummed. Issei felt something stir inside him, deep, ancient, like a door creaking open. Rias's voice was low, melodic. "By the power of my blood, I welcome you into my peerage. Let your soul be reborn. Let your body carry the mark. Let your heart remain your own." The circle flared. Issei gasped. It wasn't pain. It was pressure. Like gravity had doubled, then tripled, then vanished entirely. His skin tingled. His bones felt light. His thoughts scattered, then sharpened. He could feel the boosted gear now clear, pulsing awake. And then it was done. The light faded. The circle dimmed. Rias withdrew her hand. Issei lay there, blinking up at the sky, breath steady. He felt different. Not broken. Not drunk. Just aware. His body was his. But more. Rias smiled. "Welcome, Hayudu." Issei sat up slowly, testing his limbs. No dizziness. No fog. He looked at his hands. They felt stronger. Warmer. Like they belonged to someone who could change things. He looked at Izuku. The man nodded once. "You held it." Issei smiled. "I did." Ochako clapped softly. Himiko grinned. Rias extended a hand. "Come meet the rest of your family." Issei took it. And for the first time, he didn't feel like he was being dragged into something. He felt like he was walking toward it. Izuku stood at the edge of the courtyard, eyes fixed on the fading shimmer of the teleportation circle. The air still hummed with residual magic, a faint crimson echo of Rias's signature. Issei's energy had shifted, no longer raw, no longer human. It pulsed now with the rhythm of rebirth, steady and contained. He could feel them across the city. Rias's aura, regal and composed, anchoring the occult research clubroom like a beacon. Issei's, newly awakened, flickering with uncertainty and potential. Izuku exhaled slowly. It had begun. Soft footsteps approached behind him. Himiko and Ochako moved to his side, their presence familiar, grounding. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the horizon where the last threads of magic had vanished. Himiko tilted her head, eyes gleaming. "I want him." Izuku didn't react. Ochako raised an eyebrow. "Really?" she said, voice light. "I thought you were in love with me and Deku-kun." "I am," Himiko purred, liking her lips. But you both can't return my lustful desires. Ochako snorted. Well, you got that right. Izuku sighed, still watching the skyline. He's not ready for you. Himiko grinned. He will be. Ochako gave her a sideways glance. Just make sure you don't hurt him too badly. Himiko's smile softened. I wouldn't break him. Just bend him a little. Izuku finally turned, his gaze steady. He's not a toy. Himiko's expression flickered playful, but respectful. I know. They stood together in silence, the mountain wind brushing past them, carrying the scent of cedar and stone. Below, the city pulsed with energy. And somewhere in that pulse, a newly born devil was beginning to understand the shape of his fate. Izuku folded his arms again, eyes narrowing. Let's see what kind of devil he becomes. The sun had long since dipped behind the mountains, casting the town in a soft amber glow. Izuku sat at his desk, fingers steepled, listening. Issei Haida leaned forward, elbows on his knees, voice low and thoughtful. I still think about her sometimes, he said. Irina. She was my best friend growing up. We used to play in the park near the church. Pretend we were knights. She always wanted to be the sword. Izuku nodded, silent. She left when we were 9, Issei continued. Her dad got a job in the UK. Some kind of promotion. He used to be a pastor here at the old church on the hill. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. The old church, he said. Issei nodded. Yeah. It's been abandoned for years now. I think the city was supposed to tear it down, but they never did. Izuku leaned back, gaze drifting toward the window. Did her father ever talk about the church? About what he did there? Issei shrugged. Not really. He was quiet. Kind but distant. Irina said he was always working. Always praying. Izuku's fingers tapped the desk once, then stilled. Thank you, he said. That helps. Issei blinked. Helps with what? Izuku smiled faintly. Just a thread I've been following. Issei stood, stretching. Well, I should get back. Ria said we're going out tonight. Something about a stray devil. Izuku nodded. Be careful. Izuku nodded. Be careful. Issei grinned. Always. He left. Izuku remained seated for a moment longer, then stood and reached for his coat. The church on the hill. Something about it tugged at him now, an old memory, a scent of sulfur, a whisper of wings. He stepped out into the night. Later that same evening, the old church on the hill. The building loomed against the skyline, its steeple cracked, its windows dark. Ivy crawled up the stone like veins, and the air around it felt wrong. Not cursed. Not holy. Just forgotten. Izuku approached slowly, senses open. The wards were faint here, old, frayed, barely holding. He stepped through the threshold, boots echoing against the warped floorboards. And then he felt it. The pulse. The familiar. Turned. She stood near the altar, wings half spread, eyes gleaming violet. Reina. Her posture was different now, confident, sharp. She wasn't hiding. She wasn't pretending. She was waiting. You came, she said. Izuku's voice was quiet. You're still here. Rainier smiled. I'm stronger now. Izuku's gaze flicked past her. 3 others emerged from the shadows, taller, broader, their auras heavier. Fallen, but not like her. Refined. Controlled. Dangerous. Rainier stepped forward. They're stronger than me. But they follow me. Izuku didn't move. Why? Because I promised them blood, she said. And because I told them I could beat you. Izuku's eyes narrowed. You believe that? Rainier's smile widened. I do. The church groaned around them, wind slipping through broken glass. Izuku exhaled slowly, his dorsal plates beginning to shimmer beneath his coat. You should have stayed gone. Rainar's wings flared. I'm done running. The air inside the ruined church thickened, heavy with magic and malice. Izuku stood alone in the center aisle, boots planted on cracked stone, the altar behind him shattered and forgotten. Moonlight spilled through the broken ceiling, casting jagged shadows across the pews. Dust hung in the air like ash. 3 shadows moved. Calla Warner surged from the left, her wings slicing through the air, a spear of cobalt light forming in her hand. Her eyes gleamed with cold precision, lips curled in disdain. She moved like a blade, sharp, silent, merciless. Donasek dropped from the rafters, his descent like a hawk's dive. His spear burned gold, crackling with divine static. His robes flared behind him, his expression unreadable beneath the mask of DSP. He was the tactician, the anchor. Mitlet darted from the right, her form low and fast, a spear of violet flame spinning in her grip. Her grin was feral, her wings twitching with anticipation. She was the chaos, the spark. Above them all, Rainier hovered. Her wings stretched wide, her silhouette framed by the moon. A spear of obsidian light pulsed in her hand, darker than shadow, colder than ice. Her eyes locked onto Izuku's, her smile confident. "You're not walking away this time," she whispered. Izuku didn't move, didn't flinch. His coat fluttered in the wind, torn at the edges, stained with old battles. The 4 spears rose in unison. Calawarner's cobalt, Donasek's gold, Mitlet's violet, Rainier's obsidian. They threw. Time slowed. The spears cut through the air like comets, each one trailing light and fury. The church groaned beneath the pressure, the runes etched into its foundation flaring once, then dying. Izuku's eyes shifted. Just for a moment. He glanced up at Rainier. A single second. His irises glowed an ominous, toxic green. Not bright. Not blazing. Just steady. Like poison waiting to bloom. The spears struck. The ground erupted. Stone shattered. Wood splintered. The altar disintegrated. The walls blew outward in a wave of force, the ceiling torn skyward in a plume of smoke and fire. The explosion roared through the hillside, sending birds scattering and silence crashing down in its wake. Ash fell. Smoke curled. The church was gone. Only ruin remained. And then, a figure stepped forward through the haze. Izuku. Untouched. He brushed dust from his shoulder, then his sleeve, then the edge of his coat. A small piece of debris clinked off his boot. He exhaled once. So, controlled. He exhaled once. So, controlled. His eyes still glowed. Rainier's smile faltered. Calawarner took a step back. Donasek's grip tightened. Mitlet stopped grinning. Izuku looked up, voice quiet. Try again. The ruins of the church groaned under the weight of magic. Moonlight spilled through the shattered ceiling, casting fractured beams across the altar and broken pews. Smoke curled from the crater where Izuku stood, coat torn, boots planted, eyes unreadable. Rainier hovered high above, wings stretched wide, her violet eyes gleaming with cruel anticipation. Below her, Calawarner, Donasek, and Mitlet spread out, each one crackling with power. They didn't speak. They attacked. Calawarner moved first. Her hands flared with blue fire, summoning twin spears of compressed lightning. She spun, launched them like missiles, one aimed for Izuku's chest, the other for his throat. The air screamed as they tore through it. Donasek followed. Golden glyphs spun around his arms, forming a barrage of radiant blades. He cast them in a wide arc, each one trailing divine heat. They struck the ground in crescents, carving molten lines toward Izuku's feet. Mitlet darted low. Her wings beat like war drums, her palms glowing with violet flame. She hurled a cluster of unstable spheres, chaotic magic, wild and unpredictable. They spun midair, shrieking, before detonating in a spiral of concussive force. Rainier descended. Her obsidian spear pulsed with darkness, veins of red light crawling across its surface. She hurled it with both hands, the weapon spinning like a drill, trailing shadow and fury. The spells collided. The church exploded. Stone shattered. Wood splintered. The altar disintegrated. A plume of smoke rose like a mushroom cloud, swallowing the battlefield in deafening silence. The blast echoed across the hillside, sending birds scattering and the wind howling through the trees. Ash fell. Dust settled. And then, a silhouette moved. Slowly, casually. Izuku stepped through the smoke. His coat fluttered in the breeze, untouched. His boots crunched over debris. His face was calm. Unbothered. Not a scratch. Not a burn. Not a single mark. Calawarner's breath hitched. Donaseek's eyes widened. Mitlet took a step back. Rainair hovered, frozen. They attacked again. Calawarner conjured a storm. Bolts of blue lightning rained down, striking the earth in rapid succession. Each one detonated on impact, sending shockwaves through the crater. Donaseek summoned a divine cannon. A beam of golden light erupted from his palms, slicing through the air like a blade of judgment. Mitlet screamed, unleashing a wave of violet flame. It surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing the ruins in heat and chaos. Rainair cast a binding curse. Chains of shadow erupted from the ground, wrapping around Izuku's legs, arms, chest tightening, constricting, glowing with runes meant to suppress dragons. The smoke rose again. Thicker. Darker. And then Izuku walked out. The chains snapped like twigs. The flames parted around him. The lightning fizzled against his skin. The divine beam curved away, as if unwilling to touch him. He brushed dust from his shoulder. Then his sleeve. Then the edge of his coat. His eyes glowed. Toxic green. Slitted. Unblinking. The air pulsed. His coat tore. Dorsal plates erupted from his back, obsidian ridges glowing with radioactive light, each one pulsing in rhythm, moving down his spine like a living crown. The energy wasn't wild. It was contained. Controlled. Terrifying in its restraint. His tail unfurled thick, scaled, sweeping the dust aside with a single motion. The fallen angels froze. Rainair's voice cracked. "No," Calawarner whispered. "It can't be." Donaseek dropped to one knee. Mitlet trembled. Izuku stepped forward once, the ground cracking beneath his heel. The plates hummed. The tail curled. The mountain itself seemed to lean away. Rainair's breath caught. "The god of protection," she whispered. "Gajira." Izuku's voice was quiet. Final. "The strongest dragon king." None of them moved. None of them spoke. And Izuku turned his back to them, walking slowly through the ruins, the glow of his plates lighting the path behind him. He didn't need to fight. He'd already won. Grigori headquarters midnight. The air inside the war room was tense. Donaseek, Calawarner, and Mitlet stood before the central table, wings folded, faces pale. Their robes were scorched, their auras dimmed, and the silence between them spoke louder than any report. Azazel leaned back in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, a glass of amber liquid in hand. His golden eyes flicked between the three fallen angels, unreadable. "So," he said, voice smooth, "you tried to kill him." Calawarner swallowed. "It was Rainair's plan." "She said he was vulnerable," Donaseek added. "That he'd grown soft. Passive." Mitlet looked down. "We threw everything we had at him." Azazel raised an eyebrow. "And?" Donaseek's voice was quiet. "He didn't even blink." Azazel chuckled. Not mockingly. Not cruelly. Just amused. "Of course he didn't," he said, swirling his drink. "Izuku Midoriya doesn't get much of a good fight anymore." Calawarner frowned. "He didn't retaliate." "Not once." Azazel nodded. "Because he knows better. If he lays a claw on any of you, I'd have to answer for it. And he's not interested in politics." Mitlet looked up. "Then why did he show us?" Azazel's smile faded slightly. "Because you needed to remember." He stood, walking to the edge of the room where a massive map of the supernatural world glowed faintly. His fingers traced a line across the Dragon King hierarchy. "There are only a handful who can stand against him," Azazel said. "Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon King. She could push him. Maybe even wound him." He tapped a point higher on the chart. "And then there are those above him. The ones who don't just bend reality, they rewrite it." Donaseek's voice was tight. "He's one of the 7 Dragon Kings. Isn't that enough?" Azazel turned, eyes gleaming. "He's not just one of them," he said. "He's the god of protection. Gajira. The strongest." The room fell silent. Azazel downed the rest of his drink, then set the glass aside. "Next time Rainair wants to pick a fight," he said, "remind her that some dragons don't roar." He smiled. "They just walk through fire." Supernatural News Network, Global Broadcast. Breaking news. Grigori confirms an unsanctioned strike against a Dragon King, specifically, the strongest Dragon King. Sources say the target was none other than Izuku Midoriya, known across realms as Gajira, the god of protection. The anchor's voice was crisp, but her eyes betrayed disbelief. The mission failed. Spectacularly. And yes, there's footage. Screens across the supernatural world lit up. The recording was grainy, but unmistakable, for fallen angels unleashing their full arsenals in a ruined church. Explosions. Divine light. And then, Izuku walking through the fire. Untouched. Unbothered. Unmoving. Mount Olympus, council chamber. Zeus leaned back in his throne, thunder crackling softly around his fingertips. Did they really think that would work? He muttered. Apollo chuckled. They recorded it. That's the best part. Hera smirked. He didn't even blink. Asgard, Golden Hall. Odin watched the footage in silence, one eye gleaming. Thor laughed aloud. He walks like a storm held in check. Freya sipped her wine. He hasn't moved in a century. Now he stirs. Takamiga, Amaterasu's garden. The sun goddess giggled madly, her laughter echoing through the sakura trees. They tried to kill Gajira, she said between breaths. Oh, how delightfully stupid. Susanoo raised an eyebrow. He didn't retaliate. Amaterasu's eyes gleamed. He didn't need to. Christian Pantheon, Vatican Archives. Michael stood before a glowing scroll, arms folded, wings dimmed. Gabriel watched the footage again, lips pursed. He's making moves, Gabriel said. After a century of silence. Michael nodded. That worries me more than any retaliation. Raphael leaned against the wall. He's still the god of protection. But protection from what? They didn't laugh. They remembered. The last time Izuku moved, entire factions realigned. Grigori headquarters, Azazel's office. Azazel watched the news feed, swirling his drink. Now the world remembers, he said softly. He turned to the window, watching the stars. And they'll start asking questions. Across the supernatural world, the gods and kings and generals watched. Some laughed. Some whispered. All remembered. Izuku Midoriya had walked through fire. And the god of protection was no longer still. Asgard, the golden hall of Hlisjaf. The All-Father sat upon his throne, one eye gleaming beneath the weight of centuries. The hall was quiet, save for the soft hum of the Bifrost far above and the distant crackle of runes etched into the walls. Ravens perched nearby, silent. Watching. Before him, a projection shimmered green light pulsing in slow rhythm, shaped like a man but crowned with dorsal plates and a tail that moved like a serpent of judgment. Freya stood beside him, arms folded, her golden hair braided with starlight. Her gaze was sharp, her expression unreadable. They watched the footage again. Izuku Midoriya. Gajira. The strongest Dragon King. Walking through fire. Unscathed. Unmoved. Unbothered. Freya tilted her head. He hasn't fought in over a century. Not since the last breach. Odin nodded slowly. And now he walks among children. Freya's voice was quiet. A teacher. In a small town. Kuo. Odin's fingers tapped the armrest once. He could level continents. Rewrite ley lines. And he chooses to grade papers. Freya smirked. Perhaps he's bored. Odin didn't laugh. He leaned forward, the projection shifting to show Izuku standing in the ruins of the church, dusting off his coat. He's moving again, Odin said. And the world is watching. Freya's eyes narrowed. What's his goal? Odin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gestured, and the projection shifted scenes from the last century. Izuku standing at the edge of a battlefield, never entering. Izuku walking through a storm, never casting a spell. Izuku watching from mountaintops, never speaking. Always present. Never involved. Until now. Freya stepped closer. He's training someone. Odin nodded. A boy. Human. Recently turned devil. Freya's lips parted. Why? Odin's voice was low. That's what I intend to find out. The hall fell silent again. Outside, the stars shifted. And in the heart of Asgard, two gods watched a dragon king walk among mortals and wondered what kind of storm he was preparing to shield them from. Asgard, the Hall of Echoes. The chamber was carved from storm cloud and starlight, its walls etched with runes that pulsed in rhythm with the Bifrost. Lightning arced lazily across the ceiling, casting flickers of gold and silver across the long table where two gods sat in silence. Thor, son of Odin, leaned forward, arms crossed over his chest, eyes locked on the floating projection before him. The footage played again, grainy, unstable, but unmistakable. Izuku Midoriya, Gajira, walking through fire, unscathed, unmoved, unbothered. Loki lounged nearby, one leg draped over the arm of his chair, fingers twirling a dagger made of ice and shadow. His grin was sharp, but his eyes were thoughtful. "Well," Loki said, voice smooth. "That was dramatic." Thor didn't respond. Loki tilted his head. "You're quiet. That's rare." Thor's voice was low. He didn't fight back. Loki's grin widened. "That's what makes it beautiful." The footage looped spears of light, divine flame, binding curses. Silence. And then Izuku stepping forward, brushing dust from his coat like it was nothing. Thor frowned. "He's teaching. At a high school." Loki raised an eyebrow. "In Ko no less. The town with more supernatural traffic than Helheim's border." Thor leaned back, eyes narrowing. "Why now?" Loki's dagger vanished. "That's the question, isn't it?" They sat in silence as the footage faded, replaced by a glowing map of the Dragon King hierarchy. Izuku's name pulsed near the top, just beneath the threshold of the top above him. Only chaos. Only gods. Thor tapped the table once. "He hasn't moved in a century." Loki nodded. "And now he's training a devil." Thor's voice was tight. "A boy with the boosted gear." Loki's smile faded. "That's not coincidence." Thunder rumbled outside the hall. Loki stood, walking to the edge of the chamber where the wind howled through open arches. "He's not just waking up," Loki said. "He's watching. Choosing." Thor joined him, arms folded, gaze distant. "If he moves again," Thor said, "the balance shifts." Loki smirked. "Then let's hope he's still the god of protection." Thor's eyes gleamed. "And not something else." Asgard, the valley of stilled storms. Thor stepped out of the golden hall, the wind tugging gently at his cloak. The sky above Asgard was clear tonight, no lightning, no rumble, just stars scattered like embers across velvet. He walked alone, boots crunching over frost-laced stone, the weight of the footage still lingering in his chest. Izuku Midoriya, Gajira, the strongest dragon king. Thor had seen many battles. He'd shattered mountains, split oceans, faced giants and gods alike. But what he'd witnessed in that ruined church wasn't a fight. It was a reminder that some beings didn't need to raise a hand to win. They simply were. And now, Thor needed quiet. Not council chambers. Not war rooms. Just home. The hearth of thunder, Thor's family estate. Nestled in the valley of stilled storms, far from the clang of divine politics, stood a modest estate carved from stone and oak. It wasn't grand. It wasn't gilded. It was warm. Lived in. The kind of place where thunder slept and laughter echoed. Thor pushed open the door, the scent of roasted meat and pine filling his lungs. The hearth crackled in the center of the room, casting golden light across the walls. Shields hung beside children's drawings. A hammer rested on a rack beside a basket of toys. He smiled. "Dad," a voice called. Two small bodies barreled into him, his youngest, Ira and Magni. Ira clung to his leg, her braids bouncing. Magni tried to wrestle his arm, giggling. "You're late." Ira pouted. Thor knelt, scooping them both into a hug. "I'm never late. I arrive precisely when I mean to." "That's cheating," Magni said, grinning. Thor ruffled his hair. "It's divine timing." From the far corner, Modi, his eldest, sat cross-legged before a floating screen, brows furrowed. The footage played again. Silence. Izuku walking through fire. Modi didn't look up. "Is it real?" Thor stood, his smile fading. Yes. Magni blinked. Who is he? Thor walked to the hearth, staring into the flames. A dragon king. Ira tilted her head. Like the ones in stories? Thor nodded. But stronger. Modi turned. He didn't fight. Thor's voice was quiet. He didn't need to. Later that evening, the quiet room. The children had gone to bed, their dreams filled with dragons and glowing plates. Thor sat alone in the quiet room, a space carved into the mountain wall, lined with books and memories. A painting of his mother hung above the mantel. A carving of Mjolnir rested beside a bowl of polished stones. Freya had once called this room his sanctuary. He called it his stillness. The footage played again. Izuku walking through smoke. Unscathed. Unbothered. Thor watched it in silence. He remembered battles where he'd screamed to be heard over the storm. Where he'd bled to prove he was worthy. Where he'd shattered the sky just to make a point. And here was a being who said nothing. Did nothing. And won. Thor exhaled. He wasn't jealous. He was curious. What kind of man chose silence over spectacle? What kind of god chose teaching over conquest? And why now? Why Kuo? Why a boy with the boosted gear? Thor stood, walking to the window. The stars above Asgard shimmered, distant and cold. He whispered to the night. What are you protecting, Gajira? Modi, son of thunder. The training field behind the estate was carved into the mountain itself, flat, wide, and ringed with ancient runes that pulsed faintly when struck. Modi stood at its center, shirt off, breath steady, fists clenched. The air was crisp, the sky clear, and the scent of pine and ozone lingered like a promise. Thor stood nearby, arms folded, watching. You're tense, he said. I'm focused, Modi replied. Thor raised an eyebrow. You're trying to aura farm, aren't you? Modi blinked. What? Thor smirked. I've seen the scrolls. The mortal slang. You're trying to build presence. Intimidation. Like Midoriya. Modi flushed. I did. Thor walked forward, boots crunching over. Stone. Aura isn't something you farm. It's something you earn. Through battles. Through restraint. Through knowing when not to swing. Modi exhaled. But he didn't fight. He just stood there. And they ran. Thor nodded. Because he's Gajira? Modi's eyes narrowed. I want that. Thor tilted his head. Then show me. Modi stepped back, planting his feet. He closed his eyes, summoned his energy, and let it rise. Lightning crackled around his shoulders. The ground trembled slightly. His aura flared bright, wild, unstable. He opened his eyes. Thor didn't move. Modi frowned. Did you feel that? Thor shrugged. A little. Modi growled, focusing harder. His aura surged again, this time brighter, louder. The runes around the field flickered. A few birds scattered from the trees. Still, Thor didn't react. Modi gritted his teeth. One more. He inhaled deeply, summoned every ounce of divine pressure he could muster, and exploded his aura outward. The result was spectacular. Lightning arced in every direction. The ground cracked. The runes flared. A nearby boulder shattered. Modi's hair stood on end, his eyes glowing faintly. And then, he slipped. The surge backfired. His aura collapsed inward, sending him flying backward into a snowbank with a loud thud. Thor blinked. Walked over. Peered down. Modi groaned. I'm fine. Thor offered a hand. You tried to farm aura. You harvested embarrassment. Modi took the hand, letting his father pull him up. How does he do it? Thor looked toward the horizon. He doesn't try. He just is. That's the difference. Modi dusted snow from his shoulders. So I'm supposed to just wait? Thor smiled. No. You're supposed to live. Fight. Learn. And one day, when you walk into a room and the air shifts, then you'll know. Modi sighed. That sounds slow. Thor laughed. It's the only way that lasts. They stood together in the fading light, the training field quiet again. Modi looked up. Do you think he'd train me? Thor's gaze was distant. He's already training someone. But if you ever meet him, don't ask for power. Modi frowned. Then what? Thor's voice was soft. Ask him why he stopped using it. Temple of the Dragon King, midday. The wind rustled through the cedar trees surrounding the temple, carrying the scent of incense and mountain rain. The courtyard was alive with motion. Issei Haidu sprinted across the stone path, shirt soaked with sweat, muscles straining as he hauled a weighted cart uphill. His breath came in sharp bursts, but his eyes burned with determination. Izuku watched from the steps, arms folded, dorsal plates hidden beneath his coat. His gaze was steady, but his thoughts were elsewhere. A scroll had arrived. Delivered by Raven, sealed with the sigil of Asgard. He held it in one hand, the parchment warm from the sun, the wax still intact. With a flick of his thumb, he broke the seal and unrolled the message. The handwriting was bold. Earnest. To Izuku Midoriya, god of protection, strongest dragon king Gajira. I watched the footage. I saw what you did. What you didn't do. And I need to know, why did you stop using your power? I am Modi, son of Thor. I want to understand what strength means when it isn't loud. I want to learn what it means to protect without destroying. Will you train me? Even if I fail, I want to try. Izuku stared at the scroll for a long moment. Then he tilted his head. His eyes drifted to Issei, who had just collapsed onto the stone, panting, arms trembling. Ochako knelt beside him, offering water. Himiko stood nearby, grinning like a fox, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Izuku smiled. He'd never taken on more than one protege. Issei was raw emotion, reckless heart, untapped potential. Modi was divine blood, disciplined fire, searching for silence. Two different souls. Two different storms. And yet, maybe this was the lesson he needed. Not how to teach strength, but how to teach balance. He looked down at the scroll again, then folded it carefully and tucked it into his coat. A thought surfaced. A memory. A man with golden hair and a smile that never broke, standing before a class of misfits and heroes in training. Is this what All Might felt like when he taught all of Class 1A? Izuku chuckled softly. Then stood. He walked toward Issei, who was still catching his breath. Get up, Izuku said gently. Issei blinked. Already? Izuku nodded. You're not done. And you won't be alone. Issei frowned. What do you mean? Izuku looked toward the horizon, where the wind carried whispers from Asgard. I think we're about to get company. Mount Olympus, the council hall of flame and marble. The sky above Olympus never darkened. It shimmered with eternal twilight, a canvas of molten gold and deep violet, where stars pulsed like the heartbeat of the world. The air was thick with divine pressure, not oppressive, but omnipresent, like the weight of history pressing gently against the skin. Wind moved with purpose here, carrying whispers from distant realms, the scent of ambrosia, and the echo of prayers long forgotten. The council hall stood at the mountain's peak, carved from marble that glowed faintly with celestial fire. Its columns stretched impossibly high, etched with runes older than memory. Flames danced in suspended braziers, casting flickering shadows across the polished floor. Every step inside this hall was a step into myth. And tonight, the gods had gathered. Not for war. Not for celebration. But for something far rarer. Curiosity. The gathering. Zeus sat upon his throne, carved from storm cloud and obsidian, his presence radiating quiet authority. His beard was braided with lightning, his eyes sharp and unreadable. He leaned forward slightly, fingers steepled, gaze locked on the projection hovering above the central dais. It flickered with green light. A ruined church. Spears of divine energy. And then, a man, walking through fire, unscathed, unbothered, unmoving. Gajira, the strongest dragon king. Izuku Midoriya, the god of protection. Apollo stood nearby, arms crossed, golden hair catching the firelight. His expression was half amusement, half awe. He didn't even raise a hand, he said. Athena, seated beside him, tilted her head. He didn't need to. Ares scoffed from the far end of the hall. Cowardice. Hera's eyes narrowed. Restraint. Dionysus sipped from a goblet of wine that never emptied. Either way, it was deliciously dramatic. Hermes lounged on a floating disk of wind, legs crossed, fingers tapping against his knee. The Grigori recorded it, sent it to every major faction, even the Hindu pantheons watching. Zeus didn't speak. He watched. The footage looped again. Silence. Izuku walking forward, brushing dust from his coat. The weight of presence. Athena leaned forward, her voice low. He's teaching now. In Kuo. Apollo raised an eyebrow. A high school. Hermes grinned. The town's a supernatural hotspot. Devils, fallen angels, dragons. It's practically a mythic traffic jam. Ares snorted. And he chooses to play schoolmaster? Hera's voice was quiet. He's watching. Guiding. That's more dangerous than fighting. Zeus finally spoke. His voice was thunder held in check. He hasn't moved in a century. The hall fell silent. They remembered. The last time Izuku stirred, ley lines shifted. Factions realigned. A war was averted not through diplomacy, but through a single glance from the Dragon King. He had stood at the edge of the battlefield. And the battlefield had backed down. Apollo turned to Athena. Why now? Athena's eyes gleamed. He's training someone. A boy. Human. Recently turned devil. Hermes nodded. Issei Hayadu. Boosted gear. Red Dragon Emperor. Ares frowned. So he's grooming a successor? Hera shook her head. No. He's protecting something. Zeus stood, walking slowly to the edge of the dais. The projection shifted, showing Izuku standing beside Issei in the temple courtyard. The boy was sweating, trembling, but smiling. Izuku's expression was unreadable, but his eyes glowed faintly. Green. Steady. Ancient. Zeus whispered, What are you shielding, Gajira? The storm beneath stillness. Outside the hall, the wind howled. Inside, the gods leaned forward. Not in fear. Not in reverence. But in anticipation. They had seen wars. They had seen kings rise and fall. But Izuku Midoriya was something else. He was a storm that chose silence. A weapon that chose teaching. A god who chose restraint. And now, he was moving again. Apollo turned to Hermes. Send a message to Takamagara. Let them know we're watching. Hermes nodded. Already done. Athena looked to Zeus. Do we intervene? Zeus's voice was quiet. Not yet. Ares growled. He's a threat. Hera's gaze was sharp. He's a warning. Dionysus chuckled. He's a story waiting to be told. The flame and the marble. The projection faded. The gods remained. Each lost in thought. Each wondering what it meant when the god of protection walked among mortals again. Zeus returned to his throne, lightning crackling softly around his shoulders. He's not just teaching, he said. He's remembering. Athena nodded. And the world will remember with him. Apollo smiled. Let's hope they're ready. Outside, the stars shifted. And on Mount Olympus, the gods leaned forward. Sanctuary of the Crescent, Artemis's domain. No man had ever stepped foot here. Not once. Not in all the centuries since Olympus rose from the bones of Titans. Not in all the wars, all the treaties, all the shifting alliances between pantheons. Artemis's sanctuary was sacred, untouched. A realm of moonlight and silence, where the air shimmered with purity and the trees whispered only to those who walked without arrogance. The crescent moon hung low tonight, casting silver light across the marble paths that wound through her forest. The leaves glowed faintly, kissed by divine radiance. Owls perched on high branches, watching. Wolves padded silently through the underbrush, their eyes gleaming with reverence. Artemis stood at the edge of the glade, bow in hand, gaze fixed on the horizon. She had felt it. The shift. The ripple. The moment Izuku Midoriya walked through fire and did not burn. She did not attend the council. She rarely did. Olympus was loud. Crowded. Drenched in ego and politics. She preferred the quiet of her sanctuary, the rhythm of the hunt, the stillness of moonlight. But tonight, even here, the air trembled with divine tension. A nymph approached Delia, swift-footed and sharp-eyed. "My lady," she said, bowing low. "The footage has reached us." Artemis nodded. Show me. Delia raised her hand, and a projection shimmered into existence: green light, smoke, ruins. 4 fallen angels attacking. Divine spears. Binding curses. Explosions. And then, Izuku. Walking forward. Unscathed. Unbothered. Unmoving. Artemis narrowed her eyes. He didn't retaliate, she said. Delia nodded. Not once. Artemis tilted her head. He's teaching. Delia hesitated. At a high school. In Kuo. Artemis's lips parted slightly. A dragon king, she murmured. Among mortals. The moon's memory. She remembered him. Not personally, but mythically. The god of protection. Gajira. The strongest dragon king. A being who had once stood between realms and held back annihilation not with violence, but with presence. She had watched from afar as he shielded cities, redirected storms, silenced wars with a glance. He had never entered her domain. He had never tried. And for that she respected him. But now he was moving again. And the world was watching. The nymphs speak. Later that night, Artemis sat beneath the moon tree, surrounded by her closest companions. Nymphs, dryads, huntresses, all sworn to her cause, all bound by the same vow: no man shall cross this border. They spoke in hushed tones, voices like wind through leaves. He's training the Red Dragon Emperor, one said. He didn't even raise a hand, another whispered. He smiled, a third murmured. After the battle. Like it meant nothing. Artemis listened. She did not interrupt. She let the words settle like dew on her skin. Then she spoke. Power without restraint is chaos, she said. But restraint without purpose is stagnation. The nymphs fell silent. Artemis stood, walking to the edge of the glade. He's not just strong, she said. He's changing. The question. Delia approached again, hesitant. My lady, she said. Do you believe he's dangerous? Artemis didn't answer immediately. She stared at the moon, her silver eyes reflecting its glow. Not yet, she said. But he is moving. And when beings like him move, the world shifts. Delia nodded. Should we prepare? Artemis turned. No, she said. We should watch. The moon watches in silence. And so she did. From her sanctuary of silver and silence, Artemis watched the Dragon King walk among mortals. She watched him train. She watched him smile. She watched him choose restraint over spectacle. And she wondered, what would make a god like that stir? What would make a protector become a teacher? And what would happen when the world no longer allowed him to stay silent? 0W0. Sanctuary of the Crescent, present day. Artemis stood beneath the moon tree, her silver gaze fixed on the stars. The air was still, the forest quiet. The nymphs had retreated, sensing her mood. Even the wolves lay low tonight, their ears twitching but their paws unmoving. She held the scroll in her hands. The footage had reached her. Izuku Midoriya. Gajira. Walking through fire. Unscathed. Unbothered. Unmoving. The world whispered his name again. But Artemis did not whisper. She remembered. Flashback. The island of Selene, 1 century ago. The storm had come without warning. Winds howled across the cliffs, tearing through the trees like angry spirits. The sea churned, waves crashing against the sacred shores of Selene. The moon above was veiled in cloud, her light dimmed by the fury of the world. Artemis had stood at the edge of the forest, bow in hand, eyes narrowed. Something was coming. Not a man. Not a god. Something broken. Something bleeding. She saw him first as a shadow dragging himself across the sand, his coat torn, his body scorched. His dorsal plates flickered weakly, barely glowing. His tail dragged behind him like a severed chain. One arm hung limp. The other clutched his side, blood seeping between his fingers. Izuku Midoriya. Barely more than a child. A dragon king in name. But not in strength. Not yet. The wounded child. Artemis approached slowly, her huntresses flanking her, bows drawn. He collapsed at the edge of the forest, breath ragged, eyes unfocused. She knelt beside him. He didn't speak. He couldn't. His lips were cracked. His skin burned. His aura, once radiant, was flickering like a dying flame. Delia whispered, "He's a man." Artemis didn't answer. She placed a hand on his forehead. He flinched. Not from fear. From pain. She saw it then: his memories, his battle, the clash of the three factions. The roar of Albion and Drake. The moment he stood between them, arms outstretched, shielding the world with nothing but his body. She saw the moment he saved the god of the Christian pantheon. Not for glory. Not for favor. Just because someone had to. And no one else could. Sanctuary. She carried him herself. Through the forest. Past the moon tree. Into the sacred spring. The water glowed as she lowered him in, his body trembling, his breath shallow. The nymphs watched in silence. No man had ever entered this place. But Artemis did not see a man. She saw a child. A protector. A soul too young to carry the weight of gods. She stayed by his side for 3 days. Fed him. Healed him. Spoke to him only when he could listen. He never asked why she helped. She never explained. It didn't matter. Not then. The 4th night. He woke fully on the 4th night. Eyes open. Green. Clear. He sat up slowly, wincing, his body still wrapped in divine bandages. Artemis sat across from him, her bow resting beside her. He looked at her. And whispered, "Thank you." She nodded. He didn't speak again. Not for hours. Just watched the moon rise. And when he finally did, his voice was quiet. "I didn't think I'd make it." Artemis's voice was softer than usual. "You shouldn't have." He smiled faintly. "But I did." She tilted her head. "Why did you stand between them?" He looked down. "Because someone had to." She studied him. Not a warrior. Not a king. Just a boy. A boy who chose pain over silence. A boy who chose protection over survival. The departure. He left at dawn. His body still healing. His aura still dim. But his eyes were steady. He bowed to her at the edge of the forest. Not as a man. Not as a god. Just as a soul who had been given sanctuary. She didn't stop him. Didn't ask him to stay. She watched him walk into the mist, his dorsal plates flickering faintly, his tail swaying with quiet strength. And she whispered to the wind, "Don't forget who you are." Present day, sanctuary of the crescent. Artemis stood beneath the moon tree, the scroll still in her hands. The footage played again. Izuku walking through fire. Unscathed. Unbothered. Unmoving. Delia approached, hesitant. "My lady." Artemis didn't look away. "He was a child once," she said. "And I gave him sanctuary." Delia blinked. "You allowed him in?" Artemis nodded. "Not because he was worthy. Not because he was strong." She turned, eyes gleaming. "But because he was hurt. And in pain." Delia was silent. Artemis looked to the stars. "He's moving again," she said. "And the world will follow." Letter from Artemis to Izuku Midoriya. To Izuku Midoriya, Dragon King of Protection, Gajura, who walks through fire unburned. It has been many years since your footsteps last stirred the world. I have seen the footage. The smoke. The silence. The restraint. You are moving again. I ask not as a goddess of Olympus, nor as a keeper of borders, but as one who once offered you sanctuary, not because you were strong, but because you were hurt. Are you well? What stirs you now after nearly 2 centuries of stillness? Japan feels your presence. The factions lean forward. Even the moon listens. If you are making moves, I would know your intent. Not to judge, but to understand. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, keeper of Selene, daughter of the moon. Chapter text. Underworld, Lucifer's citadel. The citadel of Lucifer stood like a blade plunged into the heart of the underworld, obsidian spires twisting upward into a sky of eternal dusk, where no sun rose and no stars dared shine. Magic pulsed through its walls like blood through veins, ancient and alive. The air shimmered with power, thick with sulfur, ambition, and the quiet hum of old wars remembered. Surzek's Lucifer stood at the highest balcony, robes of crimson trailing behind him, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the ley lines trembled. Something was moving. Not a faction. Not a rebellion. A presence. He could feel it in the marrow of the world. A ripple. A shift. A storm that hadn't yet broken but whose winds had begun to whisper. The council convenes. The chamber was carved from black stone and lined with runes that pulsed in rhythm with the underworld's core. 4 thrones stood at its center, each shaped to reflect the soul of its occupant. Ajuka Beelzebub arrived first, his coat trailing equations that rewrote themselves midair. He nodded to Surzex, then took his seat, fingers already dancing across a floating interface. Seraphal Leviathan followed, her usual cheer dimmed, her eyes sharp beneath the glitter. She wore her battle regalia tonight, no frills, no distractions. Just steel and silence. Falbium Asmodeus entered last, his massive frame casting shadows across the chamber. He leaned against the wall, arms folded, gaze unreadable. There's movement in Japan. Ajuka raised an eyebrow. Kuo? Surzex nodded. But not from Rias. Seraphal frowned. Then who? Surzek's voice was quiet. I don't know. The pulse beneath Kuo. Ajuka summoned a projection flickering data, ley line shifts, aura spikes. The map of Japan pulsed with green light. Not wild. Not chaotic. Controlled. Contained. Falbium grunted. That's not a devil. Seraphal leaned forward. Not a fallen angel either. Ajuka's fingers danced. It's Dragon King energy. Surzex's eyes narrowed. But none of the 7 are active. Ajuka paused. Except one. The room fell silent. Seraphal whispered, Gajura? Surzex walked slowly to the edge of the dais. The projection shifted, showing Izuku Midoriya standing in a temple courtyard, watching a young devil train beneath his gaze. Ajuka frowned. That's Issei Hayadu. Falbium's voice was low. The Red Dragon Emperor. Seraphal blinked. He's training him? Surzex didn't answer. He watched. And wondered. The Crimson Veil. None of them knew Rias was involved. None of them knew she had invited Izuku to Kuo. None of them knew the god of protection had already begun to shape the future of the underworld quietly, patiently, without fanfare. Surzex turned to Ajuka. Monitor the ley lines. If he moves again, I want to know. Ajuka nodded. Seraphal looked to Surzex. Should we inform the other factions? Surzek's voice was calm. Not yet. Falbium tilted his head. Why? Surzex's eyes gleamed. Because if he's truly moving again, the world will know soon enough. Private chambers, Surzex reflects. Later that night, Surzex sat alone in his private study, the fire casting long shadows across the walls. A portrait of Rias hung above the mantel, her eyes bright, her smile defiant. He stared at it for a long time. She hadn't sent word in weeks. Not unusual, but not comforting. He summoned the footage again. Izuku Midoriya. Walking through fire. Unscathed. Unbothered. Unmoving. Surzex whispered, What are you doing, Rias? He remembered the stories. The boy who stood between Albion and Drake. The child who shielded the Christian god with his own body. The Dragon King who chose silence over spectacle. And now he was training. In Kuo. With Rias nearby. Surzex closed his eyes. And the fire flickered. The air in Kuo was quiet. Too quiet. Seraphal Leviathan hovered above the rooftops. Her usual sparkle dimmed beneath a cloak of midnight silk. Her presence was veiled, her aura suppressed, her magic folded inward like a blade sheathed in velvet. She wasn't here as a Mao. She was here as a sister. As a strategist. As a woman who knew when something didn't add up. The ley lines had shifted. The Dragon King had moved. And Rias hadn't said a word. Seraphal's eyes scanned the town below, temples, schools, shrines, and silence. She could feel the tension in the air, like a storm waiting for permission to break. She whispered to herself, Where are you hiding, Gajira? The search. She moved like moonlight, soft, fast, unseen. Through alleyways, across rooftops, past wards and barriers. She avoided the Gremory estate, knowing Rias would sense her immediately. This wasn't a confrontation. Not yet. Instead, she followed the pulse. The quiet hum of divine restraint. It led her to the outskirts of town, where the trees grew thicker and the air grew still. A temple stood there, old, weathered, but alive. Its stones pulsed faintly with green light. Its gates were carved with symbols not of devil origin, but something older. Something deeper. Seraphal landed softly, her boots touching the earth like a whisper. She stepped forward. The wards didn't resist her. They recognized her rank. But they didn't welcome her. The encounter. Izuku Midoriya stood in the courtyard, dorsal plates hidden beneath a simple coat, his eyes watching Issei Hayadu's struggle through a cot. The boy was sweating, trembling, but focused. Himiko watched from the steps, amused. Ochako stood nearby, arms crossed, offering quiet corrections. Izuku turned as Seraphal approached. He blinked. She didn't speak. Not at first. She walked slowly, her eyes scanning the temple, the training field, the boy. Then she stopped. Gajura, she said. Izuku tilted his head. Leviathan. Seraphal's voice was sharp. Why are you here? Izuku blinked again. She stepped closer. Why now? Why Kuo? Why him? Izuku looked at Issei, then back at her. I didn't plan anything. Seraphal narrowed her eyes. You're training the Red Dragon Emperor. Izuku nodded. Yes. Why? Izuku hesitated. Seraphal's aura flared slightly. Answer me. Izuku raised his hands slowly, palms open. I saved him. Seraphal blinked. From what? Izuku's voice was quiet. A fallen angel. Reina. She tried to kill him. Seraphal's expression shifted. Izuku continued, his voice steady but quiet. He was targeted. A fallen angel named Rainier was going to kill him. Seraphal's eyes narrowed. But he wasn't dying. Izuku nodded. No. I stepped in before that could happen. He glanced toward the training field, where Issei was catching his breath, unaware of the conversation unfolding nearby. I saw what she intended. I saw the moment she chose to end him. And I chose to intervene. Seraphal folded her arms, watching him closely. Izuku's gaze didn't waver. I brought him here not because he was powerful, not because he was special, but because he was vulnerable. And no one else was there. He paused, then added, I'm training him to defend himself. To survive the kind of threats that don't wait for permission. Seraphal's expression softened, just slightly. You're mentoring him. Izuku nodded. Yes. That's all. Temple courtyard, moments after. Seraphal stood quietly, her mind still processing Izuku's explanation. The Dragon King hadn't come to conquer, hadn't come to stir factions, he'd come to protect a boy. And now, she was standing in the middle of his sanctuary, surrounded by wards older than most pantheons. A soft laugh broke the silence. Wow, said a voice. You're really pretty. Seraphal turned. A girl with wild blonde hair and eyes like molten gold stood at the edge of the courtyard, grinning like a fox who'd just stolen something sacred. Her uniform was half-buttoned, her knife tucked casually into her belt. Himiko Toga. Seraphal blinked. You're? Chaos incarnate, Himiko said cheerfully. But I'm on break. Ochako Uraraka stepped beside her, arms crossed, eyes warm. Don't mind her. She likes to test boundaries. Seraphal tilted her head. Ochako, she said. Izuku's partner. In battle. In life. In everything. Seraphal raised an eyebrow. Partner. Ochako smirked. Don't get ideas. Izuku, still standing awkwardly nearby, cleared his throat. Ochako. She turned, eyes gleaming. What? She's gorgeous. You think I didn't notice? Izuku looked like a fish out of water. Seraphal blinked, then laughed genuinely, unexpectedly. Himiko grinned. He gets like this when people flirt. It's adorable. Ochako leaned against Izuku's shoulder. Don't worry. I'm not leaving you for her. Even if she is a Mao. Seraphal chuckled. You're bold. Ochako winked. I'm in love with the Dragon King. Bold is the baseline. The trio connects. They moved to the temple steps, the tension easing into something warmer. Himiko offered Seraphal a drink, something sweet, probably dangerous. Ochako shared stories of Issei's training, her voice full of pride and exasperation. Serafal listened, intrigued by the rhythm of this strange little family. Izuku sat nearby, quiet, watching them with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Serafal turned to him. "You've built something here." Izuku nodded. "I didn't mean to." Ochako smiled. "That's how the best things happen." Himiko raised her cup. "To unexpected alliances." Serafal hesitated. Then raised hers too. "To protection." They clinked cups beneath the moonlight. And for a moment, the world felt still. Lucifer's citadel, council chamber. The obsidian walls of the citadel pulsed faintly with infernal energy, casting long shadows across the chamber floor. Surzek's Lucifer sat alone at the central dais, fingers steepled, eyes fixed on the flickering projection of Kuo town. The ley lines had stabilized. The Dragon King had not moved. A soft knock echoed through the chamber. "Enter," Surzek said. Serafal Leviathan stepped inside, her cloak trailing moonlight, her expression unreadable. She walked with purpose but not urgency. She had seen something, felt something, and now she was here to deliver it. Surzek didn't speak. He waited. Serafal stopped before him, arms folded. "I found him." Surzek raised an eyebrow. "Izuku Midoriya?" Serafal nodded. "He's not building an army. He's not preparing for war. He's training a boy." Surzek leaned back slightly. "Issei Hayudu." "Yes. The Red Dragon Emperor." She paused. "He saved him." "From Rainier?" Surzek's gaze sharpened. "Before the boy was harmed?" Serafal nodded. "He saw the intent. He intervened. Took him in." Surzek was silent. Serafal continued. "He's mentoring him. Teaching restraint. Teaching survival." She hesitated. "He's not a threat." Surzek smiled faintly. "Not yet. The game beneath the game." Serafal stepped closer. "We should inform the other factions. Let them know he's not moving against anyone." Surzek's eyes gleamed. "No." Serafal blinked. "Why?" Surzek stood, walking to the edge of the dais. The projection shifted, showing Izuku in the temple courtyard, watching Issei train, Ochako and Himiko nearby, the air calm but charged. "Because silence is protection," he said. Serafal frowned. "You want to lie?" Surzek turned. "I want to shield him." He walked slowly to the wall, where a map of the pantheons shimmered: Olympus, Takamagara, the Christian factions, and now Asgard. "Modi arrived last week," he said. "A day after you returned." Serafal's eyes widened. "He's training under Izuku?" Surzek nodded. "Two protégés. Two paths." He looked back at the projection. "If someone moves against him, I want to be able to say he's preparing for war. Or say he's doing nothing. Or say he's already left." Serafal understood. "You want options." Surzek's voice was quiet. "I want time. The crimson veil holds." Serafal stepped back, her expression thoughtful. "He's not ready for a war." Surzek nodded. "But he's ready to protect." They stood in silence, the flickering light of the projection casting shadows across their faces. Serafal whispered, "You trust him." Surzek smiled faintly. "I remember the boy who stood between Albion and Drake, who shielded the Christian god, who walked into fire and didn't burn. Turned. I trust that kind of silence." Serafal bowed her head. "I'll keep it quiet." Surzek nodded. "Good." Outside, the underworld pulsed, and the crimson veil held. Gremory Estate, private study. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the velvet-lined walls. Rias Gremory sat in her study, fingers laced, eyes focused on the parchment before her: battle reports, training logs, aura readings. Issei's progress was accelerating. Too fast. Too clean. It was as if something ancient had taken hold of him and begun reshaping him from the inside out. She didn't understand it. Not fully. But she trusted it. A soft knock broke her concentration. "Come in," she said. The door opened, and Surzek's Lucifer stepped inside, his crimson robes trailing behind him like a whisper of storm clouds. He closed the door gently, then walked to the chair opposite her and sat. Rias blinked. "You're early." Surzek smiled faintly. "I'm concerned." Rias frowned. "About Issei?" Surzek shook his head. "About you." The revelation. He summoned a projection with a flick of his fingers. Green light, temple walls, training fields. Izuku Midoriya stood at the center, watching Issei move through a kata with precision and restraint. Ochako and Himiko flanked the field. Modi trained nearby, his aura pulsing with divine tension. Rias leaned forward. "You've been watching?" Surzek nodded. "Of course." He turned to her. "You have no idea how lucky you are." Rias blinked. "I know Izuku is strong." Surzek cut her off gently. "You don't know what he is." Rias hesitated. Surzek's voice dropped. "He hasn't revealed his rank. Not publicly. Not to the factions. Not even to most of the pantheons." He leaned in. "But he's a Dragon King. Not just any. He's the Dragon King of protection." Rias's breath caught. Surzek continued. "He stood between Albion and Drake. Shielded the Christian god. Silenced wars with presence alone." He gestured to the projection. "And now he's training your pawn." Rias looked at Issei's form, clean, sharp, balanced. His aura was no longer wild. It was focused. Controlled. Growing. Surzek's voice was quiet. "If this continues, if Izuku truly shapes him, Issei will become something no devil has ever seen." Rias whispered, "Strong enough to stand beside me." Surzek smiled. "Strong enough to free you." Rias blinked. "From the marriage?" Surzek nodded. "If Issei becomes a force unto himself, recognized, feared, respected, no one will dare bind you to another for politics." He leaned back. "You've aligned yourself with a myth. And you did it quietly. Smartly." Rias looked down, her voice soft. "I just wanted to protect him." Surzek's eyes gleamed. "So did Izuku." "The council ends." He stood, walking to the door. "Don't rush this," he said. "Let the world underestimate him. Let them underestimate you." He paused. "And when the time comes, let them see what silence has built." Rias nodded slowly. Surzek opened the door. Then turned back one last time. "You're not just lucky, Rias." He smiled. "You're dangerous." Temple of the Dragon King, evening. The moon hung low over the temple, casting silver light across the stone courtyard. The air was cool, fragrant with cedar and incense. Izuku Midoriya sat beneath the arching roof of the eastern pavilion, a small ceramic cup in hand, the sake within still warm. He took a slow sip, savoring the quiet. Tsukuyami had brought it days ago, an offering, a gift, a reminder that even gods needed moments of peace. Izuku hadn't touched it until now. Not with Seraphal's interrogation, Modi's arrival, and Issei's training sessions filling the days like a tide that never receded. But tonight? Tonight was quiet. He exhaled, and then, footsteps. Many. Turned. And nearly dropped the cup. The crimson peerage arrives. Rias Gremory stood at the edge of the courtyard, her crimson hair catching the moonlight like fire braided with silk. Behind her, her entire peerage stood in formation: Akino, Kiba, Kaneko. Each wore their formal attire, each carried a quiet intensity in their gaze. Izuku blinked. Rias stepped forward. Her eyes gleamed with determination. And then, she bowed. Deeply. Her peerage followed. For devils, heads lowered, reverence in every movement. Izuku froze. The sake cup trembled in his hand. He opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Rias spoke. "Midoriya Izuku. Dragon King of Protection. We ask for your guidance." Izuku blinked again. Rias straightened, her voice steady. "You've trained Issei. You've shaped him. We've seen it, felt it, and we wish to follow." Akino smiled softly. "We wish to grow." Kiba nodded. "To protect." Kaneko's voice was quiet. "To survive." Rias looked him in the eye. "Will you train us?" The Dragon King stumbles. Izuku stared at them, then stared at his sake. then stared at them again. His mind raced. He wasn't a teacher. Not really. He was just helping. Helping Issei. Helping Modi. Helping because someone had to. No. Now the Crimson Peerage was bowing to him like he was some ancient master. He rubbed the back of his neck. I'm not that famous, right? Ochako's voice floated from the shadows. You're adorable when you panic. Himiko giggled. They bowed. You have to say yes now. Izuku groaned softly. Ria smiled. We're not asking for perfection. Just your presence. Izuku looked at them. At their eyes. At their hope. And he saw it again. The moment Rainier raised her spear. The moment Issei stood alone. The moment he chose to intervene. He set the sake down. And bowed. I'll train you. Heaven, the throne hall of radiance. The Christian god had not stood in a century and a half. He lay beneath a canopy of woven light, his body wrapped in layers of celestial silk, each thread pulsing with healing magic drawn from the deepest wells of heaven. The air around him shimmered with divine pressure, not from power but from effort. Every breath he took was a miracle. Every heartbeat, a negotiation. Albion's breath had done what no war, no rebellion, no sin had ever managed. It had poisoned the divine. Not enough to kill, but enough to keep him still. Enough to make the angels sing softer. Enough to make heaven hold its breath. Michael stood at the edge of the chamber, his armor dimmed, his wings folded tight. He had not left this room in 3 days. Not since the footage arrived. Not since the ripple passed through the ley lines. Not since Izuku Midoriya walked through fire and did not burn. Gabriel entered quietly, her robes trailing light, her expression unreadable. He's stable, she said. Michael nodded. For now. Uriel appeared next, his voice low. The choirs are restless. Gabriel glanced at the bed. They should be. Michael turned to the projection hovering above the god's resting form, green light, temple walls. A boy training beneath the gaze of a dragon king. Izuku Midoriya. The god of protection. The one who had once stood between Albion and Drake. The one who had shielded this very chamber with his own body. Gabriel whispered, he saved him. Uriel's eyes narrowed. And now he trains devils. Michael didn't flinch. He trains children. Gabriel stepped closer to the bed, placing a hand on the god's brow. Light pulsed beneath her fingers, slow and steady. He still breathes, she said. Uriel folded his arms. But for how long? Michael turned to the projection again. He's moving. Gabriel nodded. And we are not. Uriel's voice was sharp. Then we should. Michael's gaze didn't waver. Not yet. The light above the bed pulsed. Then again. Michael stepped forward, wings unfolding slightly. Gabriel's breath caught. Uriel's eyes narrowed. The Christian god stirred. His fingers twitched beneath the silk. His chest rose not with effort, but with intention. The projection above him flickered, casting green light across his face. Izuku Midoriya. Walking forward. Unscathed. Unbothered. Unmoving. The god opened his eyes. And smiled. Gabriel knelt immediately, her voice trembling. You're awake. Michael bowed his head. We feared. The god raised a hand, slow but steady. I saw him. His voice was quiet, but it filled the chamber like a hymn. I saw Izuku move again. Uriel stepped closer. He's training the Red Dragon Emperor. The god's smile deepened. Good. Gabriel's eyes shimmered. Pleased. The god looked to the projection. And remembered. The memory of fire. He remembered the battlefield. The sky torn open. Albion and Drake, roaring in tandem, their breath attacks converging into a storm of annihilation. Light and fire. Destruction incarnate. He had stood at the center. Not to fight, but to hold the line. And then, Izuku, the Dragon King of Protection. He had leapt between them, arms wide, dorsal plates flaring, body glowing with divine resistance. He had taken the hit. Both breaths. Full force. And he had tanked it. The world shook. The angels screamed. But Izuku stood. Smoke rising from his skin. Eyes glowing. Breathing. Alive. The poison beneath the glory. The god's voice was soft. He saved me. Michael nodded. You collapsed moments later. Gabriel whispered, the poison touched your skin. Uriel's voice was low. Only a trace. But enough. The god looked at his hands still trembling, still healing. I would not be here, he said, if not for him. He turned to the projection. To see him move again is joy. The choir begins to sing. Outside the chamber, the choirs felt it. The pulse. The breath. The awakening. They began to sing not a hymn of fear, but of memory. Of protection. Of the dragon who stood between destruction and divinity. Michael stepped forward. What shall we do? The god's eyes gleamed. Watch. Gabriel bowed. And if others move against him? The god's voice was quiet. Then we remind them who he is. Temple of the Dragon King. Late afternoon. The sun dipped low behind the temple's outer wall, casting long shadows across the courtyard. The air was still, fragrant with cedar and the faint scent of incense. Izuku Midoriya sat beneath the eastern pavilion, sipping the last of Tsukuyami's sake, his eyes half-lidded, his body relaxed for the first time in days. The wards pulsed once. Then again. A ripple of divine light shimmered across the stones. Turned. And saw her. Gabriel. Youngest of the archangels. She descended like moonlight, soft, radiant, and silent. Her robes were woven from starlight and prayer, her wings folded tight against her back. She carried a small box, carved from crystal and sealed with golden thread. Izuku stood slowly. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Gabriel stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper. This is for you. The gift. She placed the box in his hands. It pulsed faintly with warmth, like a heartbeat wrapped in light. For saving my father, she said. For standing between destruction and divinity. For taking the breath meant to end him. Izuku looked down at the box, then up at her. Thank you, he said softly. Gabriel's eyes shimmered. Izuku set the box aside gently. And pulled her into a hug. Gabriel froze. Just for a moment. She melted. Her arms wrapped around him, her wings trembling, her breath catching in her throat. She pressed her forehead against his shoulder, her body folding into his like a child seeking shelter from a storm. She hadn't been held in over a century. Not like this. Not by someone who remembered. Not by someone who had stood in fire and lived. She let herself wilt. And the temple held its breath. The witnesses, Ochako and Himiko, watched from the shadows of the inner hall. Neither spoke. Tears fell silently down their cheeks. Not from sadness, but from recognition. Ochako's hand drifted to her stomach, resting there gently. Izuku would be a great father. A great brother. A protector. Not just of worlds, but of hearts. Gabriel pulled back slowly, her eyes wet, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. Izuku smiled. Don't be. She nodded, then bowed deeply, and vanished in a shimmer of light. Temple of the Dragon King, twilight. The courtyard was quiet again. Gabriel had vanished in a shimmer of light, leaving behind only the crystal box and the echo of her embrace. Izuku stood beneath the pavilion, the box cradled in his hands, its warmth pulsing gently against his skin. Ochako and Himiko approached slowly, their eyes still wet, their expressions soft. Izuku sat down, placed the box on the table, and untied the golden thread. The lid lifted with a whisper. Inside, a feather. Not just any feather. It shimmered with divine light, its edges etched with runes older than heaven itself. It pulsed with healing magic, protective wards, and something deeper, something personal. Izuku blinked. Gabriel had given him one of her own feathers. A living piece of her grace. A gift no archangel had ever offered to a mortal. Not even to a god. Ochako gasped softly. She gave you part of herself. Izuku nodded slowly. This is sacred. Himiko leaned in. You're not just training devils anymore. Izuku looked at the feather. And felt the weight of heaven's gratitude. Heaven, the throne hall of radiance. Gabriel stepped through the veil, her wings folding as she entered the chamber. The choirs paused mid him. The light pulsed once. Then again. Michael turned sharply. You went to Kuo. Gabriel nodded. I did. Uriel stepped forward, eyes narrowed. Without permission. Gabriel didn't flinch. He saved our father. Michael's voice was low. That doesn't change protocol. Gabriel's gaze didn't waver. It changes everything. Michael stepped closer. You could have sparked a war. The devils don't tolerate angelic presence on their land. Not without sanction. Not without diplomacy. Gabriel's voice softened. I didn't go as a soldier. Uriel folded his arms. You went as a daughter. Gabriel nodded. Yes. Michael looked to the projection, Izuku holding the feather, eyes wide, reverent. You gave him part of your grace. Gabriel's voice trembled. He gave us our father. Michael turned away, his wings twitching. He's training devils. That makes him a political asset. A volatile one. Gabriel stepped forward. He's training children. That makes him a protector. Uriel's voice was sharp. And protectors become weapons. Gabriel's eyes gleamed. Only when the world forgets what they're protecting. Michael was silent. The god stirred faintly in his bed. The light pulsed. Gabriel bowed. I will accept the consequences. Michael looked at her. And saw the youngest archangel. The one who had never been held. The one who had just given away a piece of herself. He sighed. No consequences. Not yet. Uriel frowned. Then what? Michael's voice was quiet. We watch. Kuo town, ruined church grounds. The wind whispered through broken glass. The old church stood like a skeleton of faith, its steeple cracked, its pews shattered, its altar scorched by divine residue. Ivy crept through the stonework, curling around fractured pillars and half-buried scripture. The air was still, heavy with memory. Izuku Midoriya stepped through the threshold, boots crunching softly against the debris. His coat fluttered behind him, dorsal plates dimmed, eyes scanning the ruin with quiet reverence. This was where it happened. Where the fallen angels had gathered. Where they had threatened a boy. Where Izuku had stood. And not fought. Not screamed. Not burned. Just stood. And they had fled. He walked slowly past the altar, fingers brushing the edge of a cracked chalice. The wards were long gone. The blood had faded. But the echo remained. He remembered Rainer's eyes wide, furious, terrified. He remembered the moment she realized she couldn't touch him. He remembered the silence. The restraint. The choice. He knelt beside a shattered pew, brushing aside ash and moss. And then, a voice. So, confused. Excuse me? Izuku turned. A young woman stood in the doorway, framed by broken light. She had blonde hair that fell in gentle waves, hazel green eyes that shimmered with uncertainty, and a school uniform that marked her as a student of Kuo Academy. She blinked up at him. You're not supposed to be here, are you? Izuku straightened slowly, his expression calm but curious. I could say the same. She stepped forward cautiously, eyes scanning the ruin. I come here sometimes. To think. It's quiet. Izuku nodded. It is. She tilted her head. Did you do this? Izuku looked around. No. He paused. Not directly. She frowned. But you were here. Izuku nodded. She stared at him. And something in her gaze shifted. Recognition? Instinct? Or something older? She whispered, Who are you? Izuku smiled gently. Just someone who protects. Ruined church, twilight. Izuku stood in the silence of the old church, the blonde girl's questions still lingering in the air. Who are you? He didn't answer right away. Not because he didn't know, but because the answer had changed. He looked at her young, uncertain, eyes wide with something deeper than curiosity. And then he turned, stepping past the shattered pews, the altar, the ghosts of restraint. I'm someone who protects, he said again, voice softer this time. She watched him go, her expression unreadable. And the church held its breath. Temple grounds, morning. The next day broke with mist curling through the temple gardens, the air thick with dew and the scent of cedar. Birds sang softly in the trees, their melodies weaving through the quiet hum of magic that pulsed beneath the stone. Izuku stood at the edge of the training field, arms folded, eyes scanning the horizon. Issei Hayadu was already sweating. Modi, son of Thor, was not. The contrast was stark. Issei moved with effort, his stance improving, his strikes cleaner, but his aura still wild, still unrefined. Modi moved like a storm held in a bottle, controlled, precise, but brimming with divine tension. Izuku watched them both. And said nothing. Ochako leaned against the temple wall, sipping tea, her eyes flicking between the two boys. Himiko sat beside her, twirling a dagger between her fingers, amused. Modi's going to break something, Himiko said. Issei's going to break himself, Ochako replied. Izuku finally spoke. Again. Issei groaned, wiping sweat from his brow. You said that 5 minutes ago. Izuku raised an eyebrow. And you still haven't fixed your stance? Modi smirked. He's right. Issei shot him a glare. You're a literal demigod. Your stance was probably forged into your bones. Modi shrugged. And yours is still crooked. Izuku stepped forward, placing a hand on Issei's shoulder. Balance isn't just physical, he said. It's emotional, mental, spiritual. He turned to Modi. And control isn't just restraint. It's knowing when to let go. Modi's smirk faded. Ochako whispered, Here comes the sermon. Himiko grinned. I love the sermons. Izuku stood between them, his presence quiet but immense. You both carry power that wasn't meant to be wielded lightly, he said. One of you was chosen. The other was born. He looked at Issei. You were given Drake's flame. Not because you were ready, but because you were willing. He turned to Modi. You were born into thunder. Not because you earned it, but because you inherited it. He stepped back. And now you both must learn what it means to deserve it. The air pulsed. The training field shimmered. And the lesson began. Izuku raised his hand. A ward unfolded across the field, a dome of shimmering green light, etched with runes of protection and pressure. Inside, the air thickened, gravity shifted, and the weight of magic pressed down like a storm waiting to break. Inside this field, Izuku said, your power will be amplified. And punished. Issei blinked. Punished. Modi grinned. I like punishment. Izuku didn't smile. You'll fight each other. Not to win, but to understand. Issei hesitated. What if I lose? Izuku's voice was quiet. Then you'll learn. Modi stepped into the field. Issei followed. And the dome sealed. Inside the ward, the air shimmered with tension. Modi moved first, fast, deliberate, his fist crackling with divine lightning. Issei dodged, barely, his aura flaring red, Drake's power surging through his veins. They clashed. Not like warriors, but like storms. Ochako and Himiko watched from the edge, eyes wide. He's faster, Ochako said. He's smarter, Himiko replied. But Issei's trying, Ochako whispered. Izuku stood still. Watching. Not the fight, but the choices. Modi struck again, clean, sharp, aimed to disarm. Issei blocked, sloppy, desperate, but present. And then, Issei roared. Drake's flame erupted. Modi staggered. And smiled. The dome faded. The ward dissolved. Issei collapsed to his knees, panting, aura flickering. Modi stood, breathing hard, his knuckles scorched. Izuku stepped forward. Good, he said. Issei looked up. I lost. Izuku shook his head. You stood. Modi nodded. You didn't run. Izuku placed a hand on Issei's shoulder. You're becoming. He turned to Modi. And you're remembering. Modi blinked. Remembering what? Izuku smiled faintly. That power isn't the same as purpose. Later, as the sun dipped low, Izuku sat beneath the pavilion again, the divine feathers still resting beside him. Ochako joined him, her hand drifting to her stomach, her eyes soft. You're good with them, she said. Izuku shrugged. I just see what they need. Ochako leaned against him. You'd be a good father. Izuku blinked, then smiled, and said nothing. Temple grounds. The training field was quiet now. The sun dipped low behind the temple walls, casting long shadows across the stone. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and ozone, the residue of Modi's lightning still lingering in the soil. Issei had already retreated to the baths, exhausted but proud, his aura flickering with the slow rhythm of growth. Izuku remained behind. So did Modi. The son of Thor stood at the edge of the field, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the horizon. His breath was steady, his posture relaxed, but his mind was anything but. Izuku sat beneath the pavilion, sipping water, his gaze distant. Modi stepped forward. "You're not just training us." Izuku blinked. Modi's voice was calm. Building something." Izuku tilted his head. "I'm helping." Modi didn't move. Helping isn't the same as guiding. Izuku set the cup down. "I'm not a schemer," he said. "I'm not some maniacal villain hoping to cause mayhem and destruction." Modi stared at him. Silent. Unmoving. Izuku scratched the back of his neck. "Right." Modi didn't answer. Izuku sighed. Then smiled. "You got me." He leaned back, eyes gleaming with mirth. "I do have some plans." Modi's eyes narrowed. Izuku's voice dropped. "And it pertains to the Christian pantheon." Modi stepped closer, his boots crunching softly against the gravel. "Why them?" Izuku looked up at the sky. "They're fractured. Quiet. Watching." He turned to Modi. "And they're afraid." Modi frowned. "Of you?" Izuku shook his head. "Of what I represent." He gestured to the training field. "To restrain. To protect. To power that doesn't demand obedience." Modi folded his arms. "You think they'll move against you?" Izuku's voice was soft. "I think they'll move against someone. And I want to be ready." Modi sat beside him, the tension in his shoulders easing. "You saved their god." Izuku nodded. "And they've barely acknowledged it." Modi glanced at the feather resting nearby. "Gabriel did." Izuku smiled. "She did." Modi looked at him. "You're not angry." Izuku shook his head. "I'm patient." He paused. "But I'm not passive." Modi's eyes gleamed. "So what's the plan?" Izuku leaned forward, elbows on knees. "I want to see what they do next. I want to see who they send. I want to see if they remember what it means to protect." He looked at Modi. "And if they don't?" Modi's voice was quiet. Izuku's smile faded. "Then I'll remind them." 0W0. Temple of the Dragon King, nightfall. The moon hung low over the temple, casting silver light across the stone courtyards and cedar-lined paths. The air was cool, still, and heavy with the scent of ozone and incense. Modi sat alone in one of the guest chambers, a candle flickering beside him, parchment spread across the desk. He dipped the quill in ink and began to write. "Father, I know you didn't send me here for answers. You sent me to observe, to learn, to see if the Dragon King still breathes fire. He does. But not the kind you expect. Izuku Midoriya is not a warrior in the way you are. He doesn't shout. He doesn't demand. He doesn't even fight unless he has to. But he moves the world around him like a storm that doesn't need thunder. He's training me. And Issei Hayadu. And he's watching. He told me he has plans for the Christian pantheon. Not details. Not strategies. Just that he's thinking about them. All of them. Best why." He smiled. "I don't know what he's building. But I know it's not a weapon. It's something older. Something quieter. Something that makes angels give away feathers. I'll keep watching." He folded the parchment, sealed it with a rune of thunder, and placed it beside the candle. Then he sat back and wondered what kind of legacy he was meant to leave. Temple pavilion, late night. Izuku sat beneath the pavilion, legs stretched out, arms behind his head. The stars blinked overhead, scattered like old memories across the sky. Ochako and Himiko sat beside him, sharing a small bowl of fruit and giggling softly. "He totally bought it," Himiko said, popping a grape into her mouth. Ochako laughed. "You had him spooked. Plans for the Christian pantheon? You sounded like a villain in a prophecy." Izuku blinked. Then looked at them. "I wasn't lying." The girls paused. Himiko tilted her head. "Wait, what?" Izuku sat up slowly, his expression calm but serious. I do have plans. Ochako's eyes widened. You mean actual plans? Izuku nodded. For the Christian pantheon. He looked up at the stars. And they're simple. Izuku's voice was quiet. There are 3 portions. 3 factions. 3 interpretations of the same divine thread. He turned to them. And they've been fractured for too long. Himiko leaned in. You want to fix them? Izuku shook his head. I want them to talk. To settle their differences. To remember what they were built to protect. Ochako's voice was soft. You want peace? Izuku smiled. Exactly. He leaned back again, eyes closing. I'm not here to conquer. I'm here to remind. The girls were silent. Then Ochako reached out, resting her hand on his. You're going to change everything. Izuku didn't answer. He didn't need to. The stars blinked. And the world kept turning. Temple grounds, just beyond the pavilion. The cedar trees rustled softly in the night breeze, their branches swaying like old sentinels. A figure knelt in the underbrush, cloaked in divine concealment, aura folded so tightly it barely shimmered against the wards. They had been sent by the church. Not as a warrior. Not as a messenger. But as a scout. Their orders were clear. Observe the Dragon King. Report any signs of aggression, manipulation, or deviation. Heaven was still recovering. The factions were still fragile. And Izuku Midoriya was too quiet to be trusted. But what they heard was not war. The scout had watched the training. Had seen the Red Dragon Emperor stumble, rise, and roar. Had seen Modi, son of Thor, clash with restraint and learn from silence. Had seen Izuku speak not of conquest, but of becoming. And then, they heard it. I do have plans. And they pertain to the Christian pantheon. The scout's breath caught. They leaned in. There are 3 portions. 3 factions. 3 interpretations of the same divine thread. And they've been fractured for too long. I want them to talk. To settle their differences. To remember what they were built to protect. Peace. The word hung in the air like a hymn. The scout didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. They slipped away before the wards could notice. No confrontation. No report. Just silence. They walked through the forest, past the old shrine, past the broken stones, past the place where Rainier had once stood with murder in her heart. And they whispered to themselves. Not in fear. Not in doubt. But in wonder. Maybe we don't have to keep fighting. Their eyes shimmered. Not with light. But with hope. Vatican City, midnight. The marble corridors of the Apostolic Palace glowed faintly under candlelight, the silence broken only by the soft echo of footsteps. The scout moved with purpose, her cloak trailing behind her like a whisper of moonlight. Guards nodded as she passed, recognizing her not by name, but by presence. She had returned from Kuo. And she carried no report. Only a thought. A question. A possibility. She stepped into the central atrium, where the stars above were painted into the dome like promises waiting to be kept. Her boots clicked against the polished floor as she approached the inner sanctum. And then, a voice. Bright, joyful. Big sister. A young woman rushed forward, her robes fluttering, her smile radiant. Her hair was deep blue, cascading down her back in waves, with a striking green fringe that framed her face like a comet eating through night. Her eyes were amber warm, wide, and filled with reverence. The scout turned, her silver blue hair catching the light, her matching eyes softening. She smiled. Hello, little one. The younger sister stopped just short of her, bouncing slightly on her heels. You're back. Did you see him? The Dragon King? The elder nodded. I did. The younger girl's eyes sparkled. Was he terrifying? The elder shook her head. No. She paused. He was kind. The younger sister tilted her head. Did he say anything? The elder looked up at the dome. He said he has plans. The younger girl leaned in. Plans for what? The elder's voice was quiet. For peace. The younger sister blinked. Then smiled. Maybe we don't have to keep fighting. The elder placed a hand on her shoulder. Maybe. They stood together beneath the painted stars, 2 sisters bound by faith, legacy, and now possibility. And somewhere far away, in a temple wrapped in cedar and silence, the Dragon King breathed.